children, West Africa, in Nigeria, among others. With that, let's give a round of applause to our coach as he comes in to share with us in our chat box. Coach Sam, you're most welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Patricia, for that introduction. Sometimes you wonder if that's all you, but I believe that's the grace of God that takes us to such places, and we are still work in progress, no matter what sometimes the profiles look like. So for me, I'm just here to say thank you so much for each one of you that has joined in today's call, and for our speakers for accepting our invitation. And I also want to add, just like the way our moderators have shared, it's a pleasure that we have walked this journey from 14th December 2024. Looks like yesterday, but a lot has happened when Patricia was introducing herself, sharing about her experience, and Cyrus also sharing about his experience and Remigio and many others that I think we'll learn from as we proceed. I think it's really humbling because it's one thing to have a vision, it's another to actually put it to practice. Of course, many of the times you're not aware of what is ahead of you. You can't see the other stairs, but you take the brave mind and say, I'm going to start it. And yeah, we thank God that we've been able to move this journey, a journey of growth and a journey of transformation, as our name says, Transformation Professionals Club. So thank you so much, everyone. It's really a pleasure. And I think we'll continuously see how you give us some of those testimonials to see how we reflect, but also see how we serve you. So when I thought about how to celebrate this anniversary, I said, how about we have something like a summit? And here we are trying to reflect not only just for the club, but also for
Hello, I think we've lost Coach Sam. Hello. Okay, he's going to be back shortly, but this is an assured success for us all. As we wrap up the year, a lot has been transpiring, and it's all been transformative in one way or the other. Those who are still joining in, you're most welcome. Feel at TPC. We can continue having the introductions in our chat box. Feel free to share your experience as well, ever since you joined the Transformational Professionals Club. Even those who are willing to stay in and become our principal members, we'll be sharing with you in the chat box a link for you to register and join us. We journey together. Thank you,
yes,
Niger.
amazing.
Yes.
Yes, Patricia, as Coach Samuel gets back on, you can see Charity Ariko she's currently listening in from Soroti. We have Chebet Farida attending from Kumi. Amazing. Let me see. Yes, Christine Namatovu is listening in. Fiona Kwebiha is listening in. Yes, Coach Samuel, you're welcome back. You can please proceed.
All right. Sorry, my battery here and my power had gone off, but I think I was just trying to thank everyone for joining through the call. And I believe that we're going to have more interactions as we proceed through in the session. I know our speakers have really packed, so make sure that you have your notebook and you're putting everything together. And I believe that we are going to learn a lot. I just want to say that right now is the right time for you to make that reflection on how you can strategize. And we believe that this will really give you an opportunity. So allow me, I'll again connect with you in another part of the session, but I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you so much, Dr. Anita, for accepting our invitation.
We've lost Coach again. Hopefully he will be back shortly. But we are very happy and glad for everyone who is joining in. We have Chimani from Chiambu, you're most welcome. Christine from Barara, you're most welcome. Feel at TPC, a community for you to connect, learn, grow, and earn. You're most
Yes,
welcome.
Patricia, yes. We have Naigaga Juliet. She's a secretary by profession and working with Serere District's local government. Amazing, amazing. And she's saying my year specifically within this community has been so wonderful. A year full of learning, relearning, connections, growth out of the weekly webinars, which are always well selected to suit everyone. And she concludes by saying, bravo, bravo, stay blessed, Coach Samuel, and whoever that has been part of this journey. Amazing stuff from Naigaga Juliet. Patricia.
Thank you for your feedback, Naigaga. Feel at TPC. You can as well invite your friends elsewhere who are not aware of the community to join us and we journey together. United
Yes,
we stand and divided we fall. Feel free.
Yes, true. Yes, we have Harvey Wana Solo from Bududa, right away from Bududa, and it's his first time here, so you're most welcome. Yes, Moses Sechitoleko is a civil and environmental engineer by profession, currently working as a tutorial assistant at Uganda Christian University, Mukono. And he's saying he's just hearing of TPC today and courtesy of the social media, right? You're most welcome, Moses. This is the place to be, yeah? Okay.
Invite everyone. It's not only for accountants or business people. It's a community for all professionals. That's why it has professionals club, not accountants club, but it's a professional club. So everyone is welcome, regardless of their profession. We are here to journey together. Thank you.
Yes, Patricia, amazing. If it was a birthday song, Patricia, what would you sing for us? I know you have an amazing voice, so it's 1 year now. TPC has made 1 year, so you can lead us through that amazing birthday song.
Happy birthday, dear TPC.
Dear
Happy
TPC,
birthday, dear TPC. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy
Happy
birthday, dear
birthday, dear
TPC.
TPC. Amazing. The next time you should be in the studio and trying to, compose some of those amazing songs. Yeah.
In our chat, we have Amito Stella Oponya from Agago, a procurement profession, currently searching for an opportunity. You're welcome, Stella. With TPC, you'll be transformed. Any opportunity we usually share within our network, so be positive. We also have Innocent Tayebwa, who is a water resource engineer tuning in from Kawempe. You're welcome and feel at TPC. Keep inviting your friends. We are on for half the entire day. As we wait for Coach to resume, more introductions can still flow in our chat box.
Yes, amazing. Stella Amito, very grateful for TPC. If I can get 1 or 2 people to unmute and do self-introduction, I'd be glad. Okay. Dennis Katongore, I can see your photo on the screen. Dennis, can you hear us? Okay, so how today is going to run, we've already started with the introductions. So after these introductions that are still ongoing in the chat room, we have had a bit from Coach Samuel, but you see what they call technologia is affecting us today. But sure, we shall make it. We shall make it. So after this, Coach Samuel's presentation, we are going to have any Q&A if you have any inquiries to make. And then from what Coach maybe has already talked about, you can let us know in the chat room. And then we are going to...
Katongole, I've given you the rights. He wanted to share something. Please unmute.
Yes,
Hello,
Dennis.
everyone.
Hello.
Am I heard? Am I heard?
Absolutely. Yes, yes.
Yes. Good morning and happy birthday to this great team. Yeah, I was invited by a great leader to come and be part of you people. And I'm enjoying my stay. I'm called Dennis Katongole and I'm a teacher. So you've said that this is for every professional and I'm very glad to be here. I so much love leadership and I think, yeah, I'm enjoying this place. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Dennis. Yes, so in the next few minutes, we are going to hear from our very first speaker, our very second speaker, that is Dr. Anita. And then thereafter, we will have a Q&A. Every session, we are going to have a Q&A from what our presenters will have presented. Then thereafter, we will be able to receive our third speaker. And then as we wind up. So be sure to be with us for the next 2-3 hours so that we are able to learn together as we enter into the new year. Do not forget that we are making 1 year today, and that's what the summit is all about, and also to help us purpose for the next year. And our theme for the summit, ladies and gentlemen, is activate your purpose, grow stronger, and shape your new year. That's our theme for the summit, and we are happy to be with all of you at TPC today.
Remigius,
Yes.
I would request you to give us a profile of our next speaker. He comes in. Coach will join us later on. He can still join us later on. Let's have him. Please invite Dr. Malinga.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker, and that is none other than Dr. Anita Malinga, who is a mother of 4, a very happy mother of 4. Yes, she's a devoted member of Watoto Church, and she's a very loving wife. She leads the Shizen Foods, where they promote healthy and organic products. She's a business development manager at Enterprise Uganda. She's a certified financial literacy trainer by Bank of Uganda. And ladies and gentlemen, she is a PhD graduate in business administration, management, and amazingly, Dr. Anita is a visionary leader, entrepreneur, and a 3-time published author, you see. And she's a founder of Shine Leadership International, where they empower thousands and thousands of youth in leadership, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and equipping them with skills. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Patricia with, if you can do a bit of reactions in the chat with a hand clap. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Anita. Dr. Anita, you're most welcome. Hello, Dr. Anita. Okay, I know Dr. Anita is on call, and
Let me grant
yes,
you the right, doctor. You can go on. Okay. You're welcome, doctor.
Yes, Patricia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
yes, doctor, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. So, okay, so let me just disconnect one gadget so that I can use the other so that you don't get feedback.
Okay, you're most welcome. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the chat box busy. Let us know where you're listening in from, and your names and what you're doing, and how TPC has helped you grow your career, or how it has helped you to get transformed. We will be reading some of the comments, and as Dr. Anita is sharing, please note down the questions or clarifications that you will need, and we will surely be able to read them out at the end of her session. And then I should be able to respond to you. So feel free to jot down whatever you want, and also use the chat room as we go along. Yes, Doctor, I hope you're now ready. The audience is eagerly waiting for you.
We can keep having the introductions in the chat box. Feel free. You can continue as well inviting your friends because we've just begun.
Yes, indeed, it's amazing. And, making 1 year is not an easy thing. And every child that makes 1 year, you know, those celebrations that we normally do. You start from crawling, then you start walking, you know, you start standing up as you fall down. Yeah, I am not sure at what level TPC is right now, but I'm sure if we are not running, then we must be almost flying, right? Yeah, so amazing, amazing professionals here. I can tell you for sure that as a professional, I've received quite good information from this club, and the kind of transformation that I've received from the start of this club is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I have had quite a number of sessions that I've chaired, and where I've been a moderator, and that has actually opened for me some doors outside TPC. So right now I'm able to do emceeing on the different events. I can do wedding launches, I can do parties, I can do corporate events, birthday parties, whatever, graduations, whatever that needs an MC. And of course,
Remigio,
yes,
in the chat box, we have Evelyn. She says she's
yes.
an admin working with UNEB. She was part of the very first cohort of the public
Oh, wow.
speaking leadership program. And
Yes,
although she was unable to complete the program due to work-related commitments, TPC has transformed her through meaningful connections and continuous learning. I always look forward to the weekly webinars because they are impactful and practical messages. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for your feedback.
that's amazing. That's amazing. Doctor, I want to confirm if you're back.
She's back. Let me give her the right to unmute.
Okay. Wangaire Saira says TPC is at the maturity stage. Wow. That's amazing. Amazing.
There you go, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Are you able to allow me share video and share slides? Sorry about the network disturbance. Can I share my
Yes,
video? Can I share my chat? I
please
like the
do.
security measures on this platform. Your
Security is tight. Someone has ever tried to,
security is tight. My goodness. Huh?
yeah, someone has ever tried to flog in our vicinity. So we try as much as possible to protect.
That's good. Unfortunately, I'm not able to turn on my video. I don't know if you're able to give me co-host rights. Probably it could help, but if it's not, then it's okay. And then I need to share screen. So as soon as the security is, I get permission to,
Remigio,
go through
kindly
the
make
security
Doctor
details.
a co-host so that she's in position to share.
Yeah, thank you. Patricia, since you're the host, I think you're the one supposed to make someone co-host.
We are 3 hosts, however, let me do so.
Mm.
Are you able to, Doctor? I've granted the right.
Really? I don't see myself with host rights or co-host rights. And I think
Okay, let me retry. It shows granted. However, I don't know why it's not. Just a moment.
Charity Neoshut, are you able to assist us right there?
I really don't know why it's not accepting, but on my side, it shows allowed. Okay. There you go, doctor.
Great, amazing. That's technology for you. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow we need to, learn these things, live with them, go through them. But also hackers have taught us how to be more cautious. And so I want to thank TPC for also being cautious with the hackers. Thank you. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Amazing. Oops. Has it disappeared?
It is still on.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let me see. I don't know what. Maybe Patricia, if you could get someone to lead us in an official opening prayer, it could also get us started very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask Agnes or Rishaba to lead us in the opening prayer. Agnes, you can unmute and lead us.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Orishama. I am a banker by profession, and I'm happy to be here. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly and mighty Father, I want to worship you for this morning. I want to give you all the honor and the glory as you deserve it, King of glory. I want to thank you for this platform. I want to thank you for everyone that you've enabled to be in this place, King of glory. I want to dedicate this conversation that we are going to have this morning into your mighty hands, Lord. May you lead us. May you bless us. May you take us through each and every step as you're the leader, you're the guider, you're the counselor, King of glory. My Master Lord, we dedicate this session into your hands. We dedicate Dr. Anita into your hands, who is going to speak to us, King of Glory. We pray and that you shall open our brains, that we shall pick each and every sentence, each and every presentation that she's going to make for the betterment of our future professions, King of Glory. We worship you, we give you all the glory and honor, and in Jesus' mighty name we've been able to pray and believe. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, great. Now, yes, my lighting is not that good, but I hope you can see me. I can see you from these ends. Anita Malinga is my name, and I want to welcome you all to the birthday of the Transformational Professionals Club. Congratulations. Let's go to the chat and just tell TPC happy birthday. It's been 1 year and it's been amazing following virtually with all the sessions that have been happening. Amazing. Charity, Coach Samuel, Patricia, Remigio, and the entire team of TPC. Congratulations. And I usually encourage people to celebrate small wins. You never know what lies ahead. And so it looks 1 year, but I think when TPC was born, it was such a fat, huge baby, because the impact that it has already had in our nation, among the professionals, among the young people. Amazing. And so another round of applause for TPC. Now, I am supposed to join the Transformational Professionals Club. And I had, in my plan for next year, I had planned that I would join TPC and be part of the club next year, given that there was quite a lot happening this year. But clearly, Coach Samuel went ahead of me and invited me. So when he invited me to talk at the summit, I was like, oh my goodness, Coach can be quite fast. And so I am still committed to my plan of joining the Transformation Professionals Club next year, and I will record my membership. I don't know if Charity is on call. I wanted her to hold me accountable, or even Patricia. Let's hold me accountable to ensure that I join the TPC next year. It's part of my to-do list, and I know come January it will be possible. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to have a great time here, great conversations. God is with us. He's in the room, and we are here to reset. We are here to reflect. We are here to challenge ourselves, to look ahead, and look at possibilities. And I think that's what the Transformational Professionals Club is about. And so if you're in this space, you're not here accidentally, but you might also have a friend or colleague that that you might want to, invite and tell them, just come for the summit. Saturday morning sometimes can be a little bit people want to sleep in, people want to, but being in such a space and listening in, you never know. You could have your message for next year right here. And so once again, I want to welcome you. I want to thank Coach Samuel. I don't know if he's been able to log in again. Thank you for being intentional about transforming the lives of professionals. I can tell you without a doubt that it can be a hectic journey. It can be a tough journey. It can be a very lonely journey. The journey of pursuing career can be tough. You'll find yourself at crossroads. You'll find yourself wondering whether you actually did the right, made the right decision in terms of career. You'll wonder whether you're heading in the right direction, or are you doing the right thing? Are you in the right spaces? All those questions come in. And just like any one of you, we set goals at the beginning of the year and said, by the end of the year, this is what I would love to achieve. And so you're looking back and thinking, how much have I achieved along the way? Did I set the right goals? Did I even have to set these goals? Look what I said, and probably I've achieved something totally different. And so being in spaces like the Transformational Professionals Club brings you into an environment of like-minded people to reflect on these questions, but where you feel challenged also to tap into the knowledge of other professionals in this space but also to get encouragement. And one of the reasons I attend some of these sessions is to get encouraged, because the journey can actually be tough. It can be lonely. Sometimes you wake up and you want to give up, but why am I even struggling? Why is it this hard? And by the way, if you're having it easy on your end, then please, we need your encouragement as much as possible. Because for me, at least for the time of journeyed, it has been a little bit rough, a little bit tough. And what we're going to do is that I'm going to take you through. I tried to make a presentation and I tried to keep it short. Oh Lord, I hope it's short. I try to keep it, short, where I'll just be sharing personal stories of what it's been like. My goodness. Sometimes I look back and, and I'm thinking, but we thank God for the coaches and mentors in our spaces, those people that keep telling us, keep going, keep going. And if you don't have a mentor, you don't have a coach, you don't have a network you belong to that kind of encourages you to keep moving, I don't know how do you make it. You need to be in these spaces. You need to belong somewhere, like the Transformational Professionals Club or in another network. There's BNI, there's Rotary. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be intentional to be in these spaces. If you're a student, you still have spaces and groups that you can be a part of, professional groups that you can be a part of, and not just be a part of passively, but be a part of intentionally, so that you're challenged to keep moving forward, because you will want to give up along this journey. But when you are intentional about being in these spaces and networking with like-minded people, somehow the journey feels lighter. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but allow me take you through my own personal journey, my personal story. And I just want to mention at this point that whatever I'm going to share is not anything to say that I'm probably bragging about, but it's just a journey. And I think I'm glad to say that this is one of those platforms I am going to fast, for a very long time, not even for a very long time, but it's one of these platforms where I'm going to share a little bit in detail about me, about myself, and what the journey has been like. And I'm doing this, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time. And so when I was contemplating on, Lord, what should I tell the professionals this morning? He told me, tell your story. And so I will share my story. I have tried to summarize it in slides so that it keeps me on course, so that I don't, keep losing myself. And I hope the message comes out clearly to inspire you, to encourage you, to help you realign, but also to tell you, hey, it's possible. 2025 is gone. You set goals, some achieved, some not, and 2026 is upon us. And so let's, get started with 2026, new chapter, new page, and we believe God will take us there. Amen. And so allow me share my slides right here. This technology is playing with me, but it will not manage me. And so let me do this. Okay. Patricia, are you with, ladies and gentlemen, are we together? Some bit of reaction so that I know that we are there and we are ready. Please
Yes,
alert me when
Doctor.
okay, amazing. Please alert me when my network seems to be funny, so that I know that I am not losing you. I'm also careful with my network. I'm holding my gadgets carefully so that the network does not jump. And so let me also put off my video so that it allows my network to flow seamlessly. Okay, so the wisdom of Coach Samuel and his team say that in this summit, let professionals come together and reset and have a year-end reset. And what does it look like? It looks like we're going to activate purpose, and we shall be looking at it, what it means, purpose, really. Why are you here? Why are you on earth? Are you intentional about fulfilling your purpose? What is your reason for existence, in other words? And are you aligned to it? So we're activating our purpose. We're saying, do whatever you're doing, do as many things as you want to do, but ensure that it's aligned with your purpose. It's so very, very possible that you can do so much in your lifetime and miss your purpose and operate outside your purpose, your reason for existence, or you can actually just stay on the shelf, okay, without activating your purpose. You see, for whatever, when you buy bathing soap and you keep it in the house, you bought it to bathe, but you've not yet removed it even from its polythene. And it stays there the entire year without you actually removing it from the polythene to use it, just bathing soap. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that soap has not yet fulfilled its purpose. In as much as you bought it with good intentions for you to use, and you've not yet used it, it has not yet fulfilled your purpose. So it's possible for professionals to go around doing so many things, being available and visible in spaces, but when they are not actually fulfilling their purpose, it's very possible. But they also say, the TPC team says, we want to gather here to grow stronger, to get reignited, so that we can shape our new, so that we can finish strong, isn't it? But also so that we can shape our new year, 2026. And so we are doing it by faith, not that we are saying that, how sure are you're going to be in 2026? But for you, why do you want to be on the side of not being sure that you'll be there? So you plan like you'll be there, and then, just in case you're there, you have where to start from. It's more dangerous for you not to plan, saying, I'm not sure, we shall cross the bridge when we get there. That's a very risky statement. Plan, if you get there, you do as you've planned to do. If you don't get there, that's a totally different story. But ladies and gentlemen, again, when I was told to come here, I was told to address the topic of personal leadership. And the topic of personal leadership is a topic I'm going to share from my own personal experience, and hoping that it will help you activate your purpose, it will help you grow stronger, but it will also help you finish strong and shape your new year. As I said, I'm going to use slides so that I'm able to stay on course. And I'll start here. I'll start with a reminder. And this is Dr. Caroline Leaf. Your purpose is not the things you do. It's the thing that happens to others or in others when you do what you do. I've told you, even if you buy a bathing soap and leave it in your house for 2 years, just because you bought it doesn't mean it has fulfilled its purpose. The moment you don't take it out of its pack and use it for bathing or for washing or whatever it is, it has not yet fulfilled your purpose. And I said it's very possible for you to be in spaces and places as a professional, being there, okay, doing things, and yet you're actually not fulfilling your purpose. And so it's not just about you being available, being feasible, being visible, being spaces. The question is, what is happening to the people around you when you show up? What is happening to them? If the answer is something, then well and good, you might want to delve deeper. If the answer is you don't know, why do I care what happens to people when I appear? Then you need some, a bit of more thinking you need to do. Why? Because every day you delay fulfilling your purpose, someone is missing out on the resources your gifts provide. A mango tree does not produce mangoes for it to be eaten by that mango tree. But if someone does not come and pluck that mango to eat, then that mango tree has not fulfilled its purpose. And so what is happening with the people around you when you show up? It matters. And that kind of shows you something about your purpose. And so if it's something you've been procrastinating, we are saying stop in 2025. And let me also say it this way, or put it there. This has no age limit. This has no age limit. The earlier you actually start thinking about it, the better. So statements of you see you, Madam Anita, you're old. By the way, I'm not old. I stopped counting my years when I reached 25, so I'm not old, okay? Yes, I'm not that old. So stop saying fulfilling purpose is for those people. It's for other people. No, it has no age limit, okay? The earlier you start, the better. And you see, it's a journey of discovery. So are you discovering? And if you've discovered, then what are you doing about it? And so your purpose, again, is not the things you do, it's the things that happen in others when you do. It's a very intentional journey. Okay. And so, again, the topic I was given to address here is personal leadership, finding purpose, building dreams, and turning skills into income. And this is what I'll be focusing on this morning. A little bit about myself, if you're joining. I'm a Christian, and Remigio, thank you so much for the introduction you did. I'm a Christian, and this, by the way, sometimes it's, priority matters. Christian, wife and a mother of 4. This year celebrated 10 years in marriage. I thank God. It's been quite a journey. Phew. You look back and you're like, God, 10 years, amazing. It's also another conversation for another day. Marriage is a beautiful thing if you marry right. Okay, mother of 4. These guys are my full-time duty, responsibility. The older one being in primary 6, the younger one being they are now promoted. Okay, they are going to top class. Yeah, and so usually we measure depending on the last one, top class. That means that one shows you how far you still have to go. I'm an educator, teacher, trainer, career counselor. That's in the teaching side of it, because that speaks mostly about my spiritual giftings. And then I'm a writer and author, published 3 times. I'm an entrepreneur and business development specialist. That speaks about my full-time career. I'm a youth development professional, because that's the space God has called me to serve the youth. I'm an inspirational speaker, done a lot of speaking engagements, but I'm also a choleric, melancholic temperament. That's how I associate with people. That's my temperament. And my purpose really is to empower and equip youth and leaders with knowledge, skills, and tools they need to live to their full potential and transform their lives, institutions, and communities. I'm on a mission to empower and equip at least 1 million youth. This is 100,000. No, it was supposed to be 1 million. Yeah, this 1 million, yes. 1 million youth, women, and leaders by 2040. This is me. And this is what I wake up to every morning, with intention and purpose about my life. This thing called life is a gift God has given us. And the earlier we take it seriously, for those who are taking it seriously, thank you, and please keep being intentional about it. For those that are still trying to figure it out, that's why you're here. Be intentional, know yourself, know who you are, know what you are, and then know what you are not also, so that you avoid being in spaces that waste your time, and avoid doing things that waste your time. So when I tell you briefly about who I am, it's just to tell you that it's the scope. This is my scope of operation. This is what I do. And so it kind of gives me boundaries and keeps me safe from who I am not and what I am not supposed to do, because there's so much happening. There's quite a lot that happens in this world. And so when you don't clearly define who you are, and what you do, you can end up getting engrossed in who you are not, what you don't do, and what you're even not called to do. But it also helps me be more self-aware. The more self-aware you are, the more you're able to lead effectively and efficiently. And allow me share some of the highlights this year. These are some of them. I celebrated my 35th birthday. Every 12th of February, I celebrate a birthday. And I thank God, because this is a celebration of life. I thank God that earth received me. But I also celebrated 13 years in salvation. I made that decision when I was 22 years, and this year, 13 years, and I have not yet, reached. I don't think whether there's reaching in salvation, but it's been quite a journey that I have tried to be intentional about, and it shapes me. It shapes my values. It shapes my beliefs. It's one of those things that guide my day-to-day living, and so it's important. And so each day it comes, I check myself, how have I performed spiritually, and then, audit myself and see where I have to improve an area and, spot out areas of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about personal leadership. This, by the way, is not, it may look like it's about me, but it's about personal leadership. And so let's stick to the lesson. I also celebrated 10 years in marriage with my friend Godfrey Malinga, my best friend. We've journeyed together, and I got married at 25 years. By then, I was done with my master's. Looks like I was young, but hey, that was the only thing, left. You finish your master's, and people start looking at you like, what next? After even being told that, you might not, now that you're overstudying, the books are too many. Will you get married? Government fear, women who have, who are overeducated. My goodness, people can say things, but 10 years down the road, ladies and gentlemen, happy to report to you that myself and Godfrey are still walking the journey. We are happily married. Yes, we conflict. Yes, we have misunderstandings. God has blessed us with 4 children, but we are not complaining. We are so intentional, and we have to make sure this institution that God blessed us with, we give good accountability when time comes. And so it's an intentional journey we are walking. I published my 3rd book, The Dreamer's Path to Greatness, inspired by the story of Joseph. He's a dreamer, and all I've done in my young years is to dream. But even despite being a dreamer, his journey, Joseph, as the temptations he met, the challenges he met, I just love the story. And so that book that I wrote, The Dreamer's Path to Greatness, this year was truly, truly inspired by him, but also looking back at my journey and how far I've come. It was just, something I had to pen down. I've published 3 academic papers. It's a journey I started when I was 28 years. I graduated with a doctorate in business studies this year. And my goodness, I think if I'm to start talking about my doctorate journey, I'll talk until the cows go home. I might even cry. I've never seen such a painful journey as the PhD journey. And so I started the journey when I was, of course, I started the journey when I started my master's. That's when I was 24 years. 24 is not when I started my doctorate. It's when I started my master's. It's when I graduated. Yes, when I graduated with my master's. I also launched Zen Foods, kind of transformed it. It was a business I started 3 years ago. First challenges, but I had to bounce back with a new brand. I joined the National Business Development, the National Business Development Center, that's Enterprise Uganda, as a business development specialist. Of course, this is a journey I started at 18 years when I joined campus, and as a business student of business administration. Of course, my desire was to plug into an institution that would allow me practice what I studied. I was looking through all the engagements I've had this year, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to report that my impact has reached at least 3,000 youth, women, leaders, businesses, and still counting, because today we are 47 on call, and probably this will be part of the 3,000 plus. And so I thank God. This takes a lot of personal leadership. How are you leading yourself? To get to all this, balancing motherhood with being a wife, with academics, being a student, and then business, and then work, and then the different speaking engagements, to ensure that you don't, frustrate every area or responsibility. It's something that takes personal leadership. It's something that needs discipline, self-discipline. It's something that calls for accountabilities. And this is just a little of the highlights, but there are quite a lot that I didn't want to pen down. But I just want to bring out the picture of what personal leadership looks like. And I just want to say it's possible, especially for my fellow ladies, women on call. It is possible. You don't have to lose yourself in one of the areas. You go salvation, until and then other areas die out. Then others go into marriage and then their careers die. Then others go into business and forget about academics. Then others go into career and forget about family. It doesn't have to be that way. You just need to lead yourself well, plan, set goals, and know what exactly you're supposed to do, be where you're supposed to. Earlier, I told you I scope my life. I know who I am, but I also know who I am not. Sometimes we focus on who I am and forget of, detailing who you are not. What I do and what I don't do. There's a time I was invited to speak about climate, change, and I think there's all this whole campaign of promoting climate change and all those things. And you see, I just told the gentleman that I talk about. Yes, I talk. I can be interviewed and all this, but I don't talk about everything. And so I am not coming on national TV to talk about climate and weather and how to promote the green. I love it. But for me, the only thing I worry about right now, it's raining. About climate is just to see outside. Is it raining? I need to put on a jacket. Is it hot? I don't have to put on a jacket. That's how far my passion goes with climate. The details of ozone layers and all those things, I read about them for my own personal information, but there are many authorities in that area that can go and talk about that because that's their calling and that's their purpose. So I told him, I am not going to come to talk about that. You forgive me. So that's a call. And so many other things, people will call you talk about. When Coach Samuel reached out to me, talk about purpose and all this, I didn't hesitate because I knew that's me. That's my call. I am called to help people discover who they are so that they can live their lives to their fullest potential. You call me anything to do with that, I will come, and I'll come in full swing for as long as my schedules don't conflict. You call me to talk about climate change and all that, I will apologize because that's not my area of calling. Ladies and gentlemen, know who you are, but also know who you are not. Know what you are, but also know what you are not. This helps you it helps you not to waste a lot of time. It also helps you not to be in spaces and networks that don't serve your purpose. And that's the reason as to why people look back, time has gone, you've clocked 40, 50, and you're still wondering, am I living according, am I in line with my purpose? But you need to ask yourself the tough questions. And why personal leadership, therefore, is important is because it forms the foundation for leading others effectively. First, you lead yourself effectively, but also the fact that you're able to lead yourself effectively, then you can lead others effectively, because you must lead yourself first. People always ask me, Anita, how are you able to do? I think there's some people in the waiting room, our host. How are you able to do all these things, or, at the same time? And they wonder. But I'm also always wondering, how are you able to do so many little things in such a whole period of time? And it still comes back down to time management. How are you managing your time? Are you doing the things you're supposed to be doing, or are you wasting time doing things you're not supposed to be doing? Personal leadership, leading yourself helps you foster personal growth. I know that this year I was supposed to graduate with my PhD. But not only that, I was also supposed to publish a book. I was also supposed to publish academic papers. I had speaking engagements. My children needed to do some things. My husband needed to achieve some things. And so I had to calendar my activities. Shine Leadership had to run. I had to, launch Zen Foods. And I had to make sure that I distribute my 24 hours each day accordingly without necessarily compromising on how much time I have to sleep. You will know, for those that have invited me for evening meetings, many people know that by 8 p.m. Anita is in sleep mode because my day starts at 3 a.m. and it ends at 8 p.m. And so after 8, if I struggle with people who call me for evening meetings, I tell them, your meeting is at 7. My bedtime is at 8. I can't come because I will be, sometimes I even tell my husband, as long as it clocks 8, come and pick me because I will be dozing. If I'm driving, I might be dozing. But also, it's a discipline I've put in myself that if I'm able to go to bed at 8, I'll be able to wake up at 3. Sometimes even at 2, because I have to make sure at least I get 5 hours of sleep. And sometimes I get even more than that, but also without compromising the healthy eating, the exercises, and all these. I've been, a little bit challenged with exercises, but I do exercises from where I am in my bedroom. I don't have to go to the gym. Okay. So, and all those are decisions you make on a day-to-day. So personal leadership will help you navigate challenges proactively with intentionality rather than reacting passively. And what does this mean? That people will annoy you. People will discourage you. People will divert you from your calling and your purpose. People will invite you and even blame you for not attending certain things. But if you know your purpose, if you practice personal leadership, you even are able to apologize to some of these people in advance. Say, you've invited me for this thing, but I'm sorry, I won't be able to attend, instead of giving last minute apologies. So you take on, you do that proactively instead of reacting, passively. And so it's something you need, personal leadership helps you. And for me, I enjoy it each and every day. I don't wait for people to tell me what to do. In any case, I'm always, telling people what to do, but also encouraging them. Tell yourself what to do. I know big people don't like to be told what to do. It's a fact. It's a fact. Even when I get house helps at home, I tell them, big people, old people don't like being told what to do. So if you don't want me to tell you what to do, tell yourself what to do. So in other words, I'm telling you, lead yourself, manage your time. Okay. So when we're talking of personal leadership, one of the most important of all personal leadership skills is self-awareness. Know yourself. When I was introducing myself earlier, it was not for you to show off that this is who I am, but it was really for you to show you that I am self-aware. And it's been a journey. I know my temperament is of a choleric, melancholic type. And so when I meet a sanguine, and maybe temperament but you can't meet me and I not talk about temperaments. Your temperament is how you interact with people. How do you react? How do you behave? Why do you act the way you do? Why do you behave the way you do? Because some people may think, you have some people say, but why do I behave the way I do? Do I have a problem? Or others are just complaining about how other people behave. But people are behaving like that because each one has a different temperament. But also part of self-awareness, do you know your strength? Do you know your weaknesses? Do you know your capacity as a person? The abilities you have, your experiences, how they have shaped you. Are you that self-aware in detail? Because now, if you don't know yourself well, then you're going to have a very hard problem, a very big problem associating with other people. So, self awareness is very, very key. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this journey of personal leadership, again, but also fulfilling purpose. So many years ago, I think I was at the university. By the way, there are not so many years. Sometimes you look back and feel like it's just yesterday. This question is one of those questions that used to disturb my mind. And, people would come at the university and ask you, where do you see yourself 15 years from now? And I'm like, oh, not again, that question. Where do you see yourself 10 years from now? And my head was blank. Why? First of all, I didn't even know where I was going to be the next year. much as I was at the university, but it was tight. So something about me is that I lost my dad when I was in primary 7 vacation. And so mom couldn't take us on, and so we're moved into staying with relatives, good people they are, but it's tough growing up without parents. It's just tough. I don't even know how to explain it, but if you've grown up without parents, it has never been the same thing. And as a young girl, navigating here, there, sometimes relatives just make sure you have the basic needs, and that's it. And so the detail of who you're going to become and what you're going to do and where you're going to end in life, that might not be, their priority, especially if you're coming in from the outside. And so one of the challenges I had was figure it out. And so just figuring out how the next day would go, that was like my goal as a young girl. Like, okay, so today, because nobody is going to come and tell you that tomorrow this is what you're going to do. No, no. For them, our good people, our relatives who take us up, they be knowing, do they have lunch to eat? Do they have breakfast? Do they have supper? That's it. And so they won't go down into the details, even academics, to check your work and all that. But that's totally up to you. So somehow I had to figure it out. It was a tough journey, and one of the things I lacked growing up was mentorship, was guidance. There was dad had gone. I went to school. You just go through school. Mom couldn't help much when dad went. She had to go back to the village, so I would see her once in a while. And I thank God for the relatives who took us up because they provided for us. But, it's never enough. And so, again, when people would come and ask you, they bring career guidance sessions at school, where do you see yourself 15, 10 years from now? Like, oh, Lord, I wish they knew. All I just want to know is whether I will be alive tomorrow and whether life will, continue. And so this was one of the hardest questions then. So 15 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, I was a student, a second year at the university. That was 2010. I was a dreamer, 20 years old. At that time, as in, I was as 20 years old. 2010, I was 20 years old. I was not so sure of what the future had in store for me. But I can tell you, my goodness, I had beautiful dreams. Like every time I would sleep or imagine what the future would hold for me, it was beautiful. But my current situation, you know, you're not even sure of the meal you're going to have. And much as the guild prime minister, by the way, elect, your colleagues my colleagues didn't know what I was going through. And so you're not even sure what you're going to eat, tomorrow, today, but people will look at you and think, Anita is okay. She has it all figured out. Sometimes when I interact with my colleagues my OGs and OBs in secondary school and tell them my story, they say, there is no way I could have known. Yeah, because sometimes I would spend holidays at school because that's what it had to be. I at that time probably I had nowhere to go, and yeah, students would go out, stay at school and study and say, I want to study, I'm going to study, and just to get an excuse so that people don't ask a lot. So every time people would ask me, aren't you going? I say, no, I'm going to, stay at school. I need to catch up I was also a student leader in high school. So as guild prime minister, hardly did people know the kind of life I was going through. All I knew is that I had dreams. They were beautiful. I didn't know how I was going to get them because I had no help. Let me put it like that. I just knew I had to go to school, study, and that would be it. I was not so sure of what the future had in store for me. No parents, no mentors, no networks. It was that blank. But I said, I dreamt. I used to have beautiful dreams, and I knew, because from the flashes that God would give me, I knew I was going to become someone at least of importance in future. But I just didn't know how the story would unfold. By the way, it has not yet unfolded fully even now. Yeah, I'm still on the journey. But where I am, I'm not complaining, okay? But it was such a clean slate. And I had hope, I had faith that, I would turn out to be someone important, someone of value in future. Now, this was 15 years ago. Now, there is no way you would have told me that my 15 years from 2010 to 2025 would look like this. Now, this is what has happened between 2010 and 2025. Just 15 years later. I graduated with my bachelor's in 2011, got my first job immediately. I was headhunted at the university, started my master's in 2012, received Christ in 2012, started a CBO in 2012. I think when I graduated, I just ran, I was like, now let me do everything I had wanted to do. Started a business in 2012. It was a mobile money business and, selling some goodies in a shop. I published my first book in 2013. And here, mostly, it was just documenting my campus experience as a student leader. So many young people had kept asking me quite a number of questions of, how do you navigate campus? So I penned it down in the book called The Campus Challenge, How to Survive and Excel at the University. I graduated with my master's at 2014, got married at 2015, gave birth 2016 to 2020, got my second job in 2016, and that was, at the university. I had always wanted to work at the university. And so I got an administrative job there, started lecturing in 2018, and I really wanted to lecture. It was my passion. But my goodness, that's a story for another day. I was told I can't lecture. I was told I didn't have the right qualifications. I almost did a second master's because some, head of department told me, you did the wrong master's. You should have done this if you wanted to do this. 2019, I incorporated Shine Leadership, which I started, that started as a CBO in 2012. Now, right here, it had grown, and I was, we're pivoting, we're changing from a CBO to a non-profit. I started my doctorate in 2021. I launched Seasoned Foods, published my third book, got my third job, joining Enterprise Uganda, and then I've also graduated with a PhD. Now, this has happened in a period of 15 years. But if I take you back to this question, where do you see yourself 15 years from now? A question I was asked at that time, I was blank. And so what happened is that so I'm not going to tell you that I had a clear plan of what I was doing. All I had were dreams of what I wanted to become and what I wanted to do. If someone had told me, if I had a mentor and coach who would have guided me and told me, Anita, plan. Anita, it's good to have a vision. Anita, this is how you set goals. I didn't know any of that. But we thank God for technology and the existing mentors and all these things. It's important. Somehow I feel that if I had had some kind of vision and proper plan, probably at that time, maybe after campus, and I sat down and penned it down, probably I would have achieved even much more. But I'm thankful to God for what has been achieved. In as much as, 15 years ago, that time, I was only a dreamer. But this has been achieved. Council member, board member, consultancies, multiple certifications, impacted over 20,000 youth and 20,000 youth and leaders through different training and mentorship programs. A lot can happen in 15 years. But this is what I want, and okay, some of the positions I've held, I'll share. This is what I want to say. It might feel like, of course, in between there, I started planning, I started having vision, I started setting goals, I started achieving, things here and things there because I started getting guidance, I started being part of networks, I started being, intentional about my life. It's like, okay, so last year, this is what I achieved. This year, this is what I want to achieve. I think what I'm trying to say is we need as professionals to be intentional about our journeys. And now, if you're a young person on call and you're saying 15 years, oh, that's a long time. How do you plan for 15 years? It's important to have a long-range vision. That dream, because we all have dreams, that dream that you have as a professional, as a young person, that dream that Joseph had, the one he told to his brothers and his parents, and they ended up sending him into slavery. That dream you have, you will be discouraged. People will advise you otherwise. In fact, the people closest to you are the ones who will discourage you the more. You need to know. When I was 20 years old at the university there, I had beautiful dreams. I didn't have anybody to encourage me that, you're going to achieve this, keep going. No. In fact, every time I shared about my future to a few people, I would be discouraged. So at some point, I stopped. The vision you have in your head is in your head. Even if you tell it to someone, they won't understand it. And so one thing I've been intentional about is when young people come to me with their dreams, my goodness, first I'll pray with them and tell them never, if you have seen it, never allow anybody to tell you you won't achieve it, no matter your current circumstances. Just be intentional. And Joseph received that dream when he was 17 years old. And at what age do we see him becoming a minister? It was in his 30s. You will get those dreams when in your teenage years. You will get those dreams in your 20s. But be patient, season by season. Sometimes, there is a lot of speed, and I've seen it with our young people. The speed sometimes can be too much. And making decisions based on your current circumstances, there's sometimes you may think, let it go, and then you jump onto something else, and then you jump onto something else, and then you jump onto something else. If you go to bed and see it, and wake up and see it throughout the day, that dream, that vision you have, just be patient. It will come. It might come when you're in your 30s. It might come when you're in your 40s. I have personally not yet arrived. There is a dream that God keeps showing me of the person I'm going to be in this country. It has not yet come, but I'm being obedient. I'm saying, God, when the time comes, it will come and I'll be ready to serve. That dream is there. And I have put it in my Vision 2040. When I see it, I put it down, I pray about it. And so 15 years, a lot can happen. If you've seen it, put it down on paper, plan for it, set goals, and start the journey. When I told God I wanted to do my PhD, you people, PhD is expensive. That's the truth. It's expensive. So I attempted twice and but every time I would, apply for the PhD, I knew I had to do it. Honestly speaking, I knew a PhD was something I had to do. But my current circumstances at master's or even at bachelor's, after I had completed my master's, didn't show me anything like I could afford even the first, fees for the PhD. All I knew is that I had to do a doctorate. Why? Because I was lecturing. I wanted to become a lecturer at the university, which I pursued. By the way, I'll tell you that when I wanted to lecture, I sat down one time, I wrote to all the universities in this Kampala and neighboring Kampala, Wakiso, name it Mukono, where every university got my letter for lecturing. Others, I went there. I was chased. I was rejected. I was told I can't. Even my own university where I studied from, they told me they don't do inbreeding. They can't, allow me to lecture. Not because I did perform well. I was even a leader. I volunteered. But be careful the people you share your dreams with. People will discourage you. I was blocked from lecturing and teaching, and that's the only breakthrough I needed for me to start, teaching, training, my teaching and training career. And so people would discourage me. So these are some of the responsibilities I've held just within that period of 15 years. At the university, my first job, the titles. But one thing I want to say about this, it's actually not about the titles I've held. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I've learned along this journey is to dethrone yourself. Dethrone. People can give titles. I have received titles, but let me pause here. Ladies and gentlemen, are we together? Now I feel I've talked for a long time. Any reactions? Are we there? Am I there? Have I broken off? Am I?
Doctor, we are simply amazed by the session, by your journey and what you've told us so far. We are simply amazed. We love it. We love it. Keep going.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Remigio. I just wanted to check in with the audience if it's still there. You see, I've held titles and positions in my 35 years of existence. Somehow I feel I've achieved all these titles. But I still remain Anita Malinga, by the way. Whether you call me with a title or not, I will still remain. The titles may not mean much. They just allow us to access some spaces, and so we pull them out as and when they are needed. But one thing I have learned in my journey of personal leadership is to dethrone myself. Dethrone yourself, it's part of personal leadership. Stepping down from the inner throne of your ego, pride, self importance, so you can grow, lead better, and allow others to rise. I don't fear resigning because one thing I've learned is that sometimes you feel you've outlived your purpose in an area. And then people will still show you of how much importance you are. But according to your vision and purpose of life, you see that if you don't let go of this title, you're not going to go to the next thing where God has called you to serve. And so I have comfortably told people, no, I am not taking up that leadership position because I am not available. Please be careful. As leaders, we have the urge of, chairing 10 committees, being a secretary of 20. Then, you find yourself so spread out. I reached a point in my life, I started fearing titles because each title comes with a responsibility and a responsibility to serve people. And you're not going to just be there, serve people. You need to go down to the detail of each of your, the teams that you're leading, and for you to serve them effectively. But this is what I wanted to say, that for me to get to deputy director position, I had to dethrone myself of general manager. I had to resign. So I resigned that position. People didn't want to let me go. I had to step down. For me to move from deputy director to maybe lecturer and all that things, I had to resign from deputy director. People didn't want me to go. They refused my resignations. But you need to be careful. That's why you need to know your purpose in life. Sometimes these titles will look good, and yet they are actually blocking you from fulfilling your purpose in life. And so one of the things I've learned along this personal leadership journey is to dethrone myself. When I know that time has come for me to leave, I will leave. When my contract expires, I will leave. That's if I feel I have served my purpose where I am. It also allows other people to rise and be relevant in these positions. Especially if it's not your company, if it's not your organization. Why don't you want to leave that position? You've served for 20 years, 30 years, Leave other people to come and take up that responsibility. Dethrone yourself. One, it will help you also grow as a person. Secondly, it gives another person an opportunity to come and serve in that very area where you are serving. And so I thank God for the journey, for these, titles I've made, but I also know where my priorities are right now. My active role right now is as a mother, and the wife is lifetime. So, but actively, because I have a team of 4 young people, a generation that I have to raise. And so sometimes I'll apologize for certain activities because I know that I still have, that's my key responsibilities. Yes, I will even decline on job opportunities that don't align with my current season of operating. And I'll tell you for a fact, there's a time I was headhunted and they wanted to take me to Ghana to head the admissions department there, and they reached out to me, dear Madam Anita, and blah blah blah. This is the package and all that. We invite you for a meeting. I didn't even want to go into the detail. The moment I saw the invitation, I just knew this was an apology. Because I was not about to leave my young family, I was not about to leave my husband, I was not about to, because those are my first responsibilities. So I just told them I have a young family and I'm unable to move. And the package, I'll tell you, it was good. But it was not in line with the purpose of my life and the season of my life at that time. It takes personal leadership. You will be tempted. You will, packages will come looking beautiful. But if you don't know what your season of life is, if you don't know what your purpose in life is, oh, you reach 50, you reach 60, and you realize, you know what? Time has gone, and I am operating out of purpose. So dethrone yourself. When it's time to leave, leave. Don't wait to be chased. I wonder, why do people wait to be chased in organizations? You've outlived your purpose there. You've served. Leave, move. Let someone else take up that space. Okay, so step down from your inner throne of ego. Be humble. You don't have to be proud. I have all the if I my current situation dictates that all these things, they make you feel good, they make you feel proud, but all these are responsibilities. There's even nothing to be proud about if I'm not performing in these areas of responsibility. And so dethrone yourself, know when it's time to leave, create space for other people to take up your positions. It helps you lead better, it helps you be relevant, but it also helps you achieve your purpose. So along the way, you may think, oh, Anita has probably had it smooth and it has been an easy, sail. My goodness. Looking back at all these years, I've struggled with anxiety, I've struggled with fear, I've struggled with rejection, discouraged, I've been discouraged and misguided. I've also struggled with low self-esteem, especially when I was starting out. I've been manipulated. People have taken advantage. There's been lack of clarity, and you like go back and say, "Oh God, where do I start from?" I remember there's a year I isolated myself. I think I went off social media for some time. I was like, God, I am not getting out of this. It was a fasting period also. I was like, God, I am not leaving you until I have clarity of what this year is going to look like. I'm tired of operating in darkness. I need clarity. I need a clear vision of how to move forward. I've been misunderstood. I've been ignored, despised, stressed. I've suffered from no skills, no networks, no mentors, no parents. Friends have left. And all these challenges have been part of the journey. I didn't even list all of them, but they are there. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll just keep reminding you, if you have that dream, you go to sleep, you see it. You wake up, you see it. You're going through it, and you know that God has really, because God will show you. By the way, that's a guarantee. He will show you. If you don't see, that's your problem. But God will show you the kind of future. He will give you a glimpse of it. A glimpse. He won't give you the whole picture. He'll give you a glimpse. He will show you that you will be this, you will be that, you will be a big person probably somewhere. He will show you. You just need to be intentional. Now, what he won't show you is what you're going to face along the journey. He showed Joseph that he will be an important person. His brothers will bow down to him, his parents. He showed him when he was a teenager. He didn't show him that he will be tempted. They'll throw him in a pit. He'll be sold into slavery. He'll be rejected. He'll be thrown out of the palace. He didn't show him that. But he was intentional that every season of his life, whether it was in the pit where his brothers threw him, whether it was in the prison where they threw him, whether it was in seasons of temptations, he served. He did the right thing. He was always committed to doing the right thing. He was even forgotten, by the way. You remember, he was forgotten when he was in prison, but he kept moving. So let me just share how I've managed some of these challenges. And by the way, the challenges are still happening, because when you have a path like this or like yours, the challenges will always be there. And so some of the things I do, I just listed 10 of them. I pray. I read my Bible and I pray. I surrender my worries to God and trust Him to guide me every step of the way. No, there are things I can control in life. There are things that I can have influence, but there are also things I can't control. And you know that. You also know there are things you can control and there are things you cannot control. The things you cannot control are out of your scope. And so you surrender them to God and you let Him have His way. The things you can control, you control with God's guidance. Then I anchor myself in purpose. I know why God created me to be here. I know my calling. I know He has called me to serve the youth of our nation, to inspire them, empower them with the skills, knowledge, and tools they need so that they can live to their full potential. I know. And so every time I'm operating with youth, I know it's within my area of operation. Every time I'm operating with leaders, I know I've been called to empower leaders to serve in their different communities. I know I've been called career-wise. That's why I've done business. I've studied business, bachelor's, master's, and a PhD level. And so I know there is a calling to serve the business community of my nation. I know that's where I operate. So anchor yourself in purpose so that you can be grounded, focused, and motivated even in difficult moments. You see, when you're given an appointment letter by, say, the executive director, maybe of what? Of MTN, and then they tell you you're going to be the ED of MTN, and they list for you your responsibilities in that appointment letter. Depending on where they have pulled you out from, something will change. So now I know, I'm now the ED of MTN. There are all these benefits, all these packages, all these what you've been given. Somehow your walking style may change, your wardrobe may change, your hairstyle will change a bit, because that is now your current purpose in that organization. So you kind of be grounded because you know that that's your purpose in life. So when you know your purpose in life, and of course that's when you've had conversations with God and He has told you this is your purpose in life, you know that even when you've been called, say, to empower the youth and all that, you'll face challenges. I know Coach Samuel faces challenges with serving professionals in our country. There are challenges, but he knows that's what he has been called to do. What have you been called to do? That no matter whatever challenges come, you anchor yourself and say, no, I'm here on appointment by my Heavenly Father to serve. And I know that I'll face challenges, even as I serve in my purpose. And so it keeps you going, it keeps you focused, and you keep going. But the problem is when you don't know. And dear professionals, the earlier you discover your purpose, the better, so that you don't keep jumping from one thing to another, because there are so many different ideas that keep coming up of late. I know and understand myself. I am self-aware and honest about my strengths, emotions, and areas of growth. You will invite me, I'll say, no, Mnange, that one I can't handle. You will invite me and I'll say, yes, that one I'll come and I'll be there. You'll talk to me and ask me questions and I'll tell you that those things you've asked me, I don't know. It helps me not to waste my time also. And then I'll refer you to professionals who can help you in that area. So know yourself, know what you're good at, know what you're not good at, and then refer people. By the way, I keep telling people, the only person who was sent on earth to save people from this world, to save the world, the only person who was sent here to save the world was who? In my Christian belief, was Jesus. And so I am not deputy Jesus. I will not solve all the problems of this world. And so I know and understand myself. That's why I am careful only to operate. I was sent here to come and dominate. When He created me, He told me, produce, multiply, rule the earth, dominate. And He didn't tell me to come and save the world. That assignment was given to Jesus. Now, dear professionals who are trying to save the world, you're going to run out of time and you'll find you've not fulfilled your purpose because you're trying to do everything and you're trying to be everywhere. They call for this conference, you're there. They call for this activity, you're there. There's a marching where you're there. There's a summit there, you're there. Your 24 hours need to be accounted for in line with your purpose. I'll leave it at that. I believe in myself. I didn't believe in myself for a long time, but now I do. And so I choose to be bold. You will invite me for a meeting and I don't know what exactly, probably what should be achieved there. You'll give me an assignment. If it's in line with my purpose, I will go do my research and try to empower myself in that area and be bold and show up. I choose to be of courage and confident even when fear tries to speak louder. I've sometimes found myself in boardrooms and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, when I was still young, I'm still young anyway. So, you ask yourself, what am I doing in this boardroom? But now you're there, you got the invitation. And so when you appear bold, you appear courageous and confident. And you put in the work, you do your research. And let me tell you, that small voice will always be there telling you, what are you doing here? What will you contribute? Are you sure? Why don't you leave this room? Don't go. What are those people are bigger than you? They are, those voices are always there, but you need to believe in yourself and show up and allow God to, work through you. The Holy Spirit will always be there to guide you. I keep learning. I know that I usually try to give myself themes of areas of improvement. So if I realize I need to develop my project management skills, I'll declare that this year, next year, I'm going to develop skills in project management. The other year, I said, now I'm focusing on my leadership skills. Now I'm focusing on entrepreneurship skills. I keep learning and I keep graduating. I know people who have asked me, Anita, you're always graduating. Even my children have told me, because of course I have young people who keep graduating from the different courses. So this time around when I was graduating with my PhD, my children didn't know exactly what I was graduating from, because they told me, Mommy, you're always graduating. So they are yet to understand what exactly this time what was so special about this time. So I got shocked when one of my children told me, Mommy, you're always graduating, because they always hear I'm going for a graduation. I have a graduation. So this time when I told them I have a graduation, it probably didn't sound so much different from, the graduations and all that I've been attending, until I asked one, I told them, Mommy, you're always graduating. So I know when they grow up, they'll now, understand. So keep learning, be intentional, because the world we are living in is evolving at a very high, you will need new skills for the different, responsibilities you have. Seek support. I seek support, I ask for help, ask for mentorship, I dream, I set goals and take action. So I try to keep my vision alive by turning my ideas into steps and steps into results. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I may not go down into details, but if God has given you a dream and He has entrusted it to you, you put it on paper and start setting goals on how to achieve it. Sometimes I also feel sorry for God. He has told you, He has given you a dream, this is what you're going to do, and He has showed you. And then you go to sleep and enjoy the dream. I say, I woke up and in the dream I was doing this. You feel good about it. You don't write it down, and 2 days later, you're going to look for that dream. Say, but last time I had a dream. What was it? And it has gone. So these things that God keeps showing you, let's be intentional and write them down. And let's set goals and say, okay, now according to this dream, this is where I see it. Now let me pen down, and then I need to take action, because you need to mobilize resources. You need people to help you achieve that dream. You need a team around you. So if you ignore your dreams, you'll wake up and then they are gone, because the devil is also at work. He doesn't want you to have those good dreams, but even then he doesn't want you to achieve them. So if the devil has schemes to attack you and he has them, then you cannot be there fighting a war without you having some bit of strategy and scheme. So write down your dream, then set a strategy on how you're going to achieve that dream. I choose joy and excellence, even in hardship. I smile, stay smart, and present myself well. By the way, people think I don't have problems. Even the people I studied with in high school, they think I am rich. Now they are right. That time they were not right. They think I have a lot of money. That time I didn't have. Now I have the money. They had all these imaginations about me. Why? Because I've always chosen to smile, even in hardships. You cannot throw a challenge to me that will make me throw out, get confused and start, banging tables. No, because I know when a challenge comes, it comes with an opportunity. So for me, I'm always looking out for opportunities. Okay, this challenge has come, so what's the opportunity in it? I embrace the different seasons of life. I know sometimes I will have, sometimes I won't have. People will come, people will go, challenges this, challenges that. And so depending on the different seasons of life, I always go back to headquarters and I ask God, the seasons have shifted. I am in this season now. What do I do? Always go back to sender. He sent you here. He created you for a purpose. If you're confused about life, about career, about marriage, about relationships, stop asking people. They are not the ones who created you. Listen, but most importantly, listen from the person who created you. So embrace the different seasons of life. You need them. Some seasons are painful. You will go without food. Every time seasons are tough, we fast. When young people go through tough seasons and they can't eat, they think they are suffering. Here, as adults, when you have tough seasons of life and you can't eat food, and you probably don't have enough, you declare a season of fasting. Say, now let me seek God even more during this season. So for the young people on call, you somehow don't have money in your pocket, you think you're suffering, you're not. You've asked God to make you a kind of person you want to be in future, and so you have to go through the process. So embrace the different seasons of life. I serve with purpose. I use my gift, skills, and experience to uplift others and contribute meaningfully where God has placed me. With all the titles, accolades, and what, I usually have a challenge with my young people in Shine, and I tell them, please call me by my name. They don't want. They called me doctor even when I was still pursuing, until I became a doctor. And so I told them, you're putting me under pressure for nothing. Now, when I got my doctorate, they started calling me professor. I gave them a warning. I told them, when you call me professor again, now I know the whole issue of prophesying and all those things, but I told them, don't put me on pressure. By the way, I'm on the journey of becoming a professor, but don't call me professor yet. I don't want. I have had it with the titles, and somehow I've realized you can't control people. You can't tell people, don't call me by that title, don't call me by that title, don't call me by that title. You'll get tired. And so they called me, I leave it at that. All I just told God, I don't want those titles to enter my head. So whether they call me or not, leadership has never been about the titles. And so I serve with purpose. I show up. I know God has called me to this generation for a purpose. And so I show up, I serve, I use my gifts, I use my skills and experiences to uplift others and contribute meaningfully where God has placed me. Personal leadership, and I've been talking about it. It's the practice of guiding yourself by your own values, beliefs, and principles. Essentially, becoming the CEO of your own life to achieve personal and professional goals. No one is coming to tell you what to do. If you don't tell yourself what to do, if you don't put your goals on paper and tell yourself what you're going to achieve, in what year? 2026 is coming. We are in December. You've not yet even, kind of put your goals down on your personal goals. I know for a fact that companies and organizations have already released calendars for 2026, and you've even contributed to them. But for you, your own personal calendar for 2026 is nowhere to be seen. You've not yet put it down, but you've contributed very well to your company's mission and vision by setting goals. You've not yet set yours. If you have, well and good. If you've not, please do so. Let not 2026 surprise you. Personal leadership, I've said, focuses on self-awareness, self-discipline. The discipline of waking up in the morning when you know that it's raining and you still want to sleep and all that, but your goals and dreams are calling you to, act. It can be tough. So you need to discipline yourself and you need to be intentional about continuous growth. I want to thank all of you who have attended today's summit, and please carry on till the end. Don't drop off. It's an area, it's a platform that has been created for us for continuous growth. And I'm also inviting you to join the Transformational Professionals Club. Me, I said, Coach Samuel, I don't know whether you heard, but I'm joining next year. That was my plan, only that you went ahead of me and invited me for this session, but the plan was to join next year. And I am still committed to joining next year. So this allows you to lead yourself effectively even before leading others. So now guess what? When I am asked, where do you see yourself 15 years from now? My face is no longer the other face of so many question marks. No. Now, the vision is what? The vision is clear. And so in the next 15 years, I will be 50 years, okay? And I am writing down my vision 2040. The question is, are you? Why? Because 10 to 15 years from now, you will arrive. The question is, where 10 to 15 years from now, you will become someone. And the question is, who? And so when I sit down and start thinking of the person I'll be 15 years from now, I'll be 50 years. By the way, this is my current picture. I took it when I was doing a PhD, and I'm 35. People told me I look 20, which is okay. It works for me. And I've told God for me to be relevant to the young generation, because that's my calling. I told him by the time I'm 50 years, I shouldn't be looking so much different than I am looking right now. That is when people will accept the message properly. And so I don't plan to look any older than this at 50 years. I'll still be intentional about looking good. I'll be intentional about smiling, not because I've had it easy, but because I know where I'm coming from. It's been a rough road, but I'm here and I'm smiling. So, can we choose as the Transformational Professionals Club to be intentional about having long-range visions? When I look back at what has happened in the last 15 years of my life, I am in shock, but I'm also in awe and of God, because it's been a journey that He Himself has written and He Himself has mapped out. And so I don't even take any pride in it, because growing up without parents or relatives to guide you, and no mentors and all this, and you have to figure out things on your own. You make mistakes, you fall down, you fail, you stand up, you keep going, you cry, you go hungry. And talking about them now may sound funny, but that's what the journey has been like. And so I just want to encourage the young people on call. Recently, I was talking to young people and told them there comes a season in your life called suffering. And I call that season suffering because you think you're suffering, but God is just processing you. And so whenever you feel that you're in that season called suffering, be patient. Don't make rash decisions. Please keep to your dream. That image that God has showed you of the person you're going to become, He will fulfill it. But it might not be now. It might be 10, 15 years from now. But get the wisdom, be sharp, and say, okay, you've shown me this. I know it won't be easy, but I am committed to go through the process. Now, the process can be tough. And you see, the thing about seasons in life is that if you fail some tests in certain seasons, they block you from proceeding to the next season of your life. I remember when I was shifting seasons, I faced one of the hugest temptations of my life. And it had come, by the way, close to my marriage. But I was already processed. I told God, this battle, we are fighting together. And I went through it. We went through it. The temptations will come. The temptations will come in form of money. They'll come in form of relationships. They'll come in form of rejection. They will come. But you have to be committed. I usually tell people heaven is the call. I'm trying to conclude. Heaven is the call. I even tell my husband sometimes when you're having misunderstandings, you're not going to block me from going to heaven. Let's agree, finish this very fast. I know we are not on the same page, but we need to go to heaven. We are not going to disagree and go to hell. No. Heaven is the goal. So even in marriage, when the temptations come and all that, you're like, you bring your person and talk and say, now we've been attacked. Clear, yes, we agree. Now, how do we manage this situation so that we give proper accountability when we reach before our Heavenly Father? I think what I'm trying to say is, if you're not intentional about life, about your purpose in life, and I'm talking about your spirituality, your career, your health, your profession and all that, if you just operate in autopilot, for you when you wake up, that's how things go, you've not made some decisions along the way, time will go and you'll wake up and feel like, wait a minute, I'm 70, and you look back and there's nothing much. So always challenging yourself to look 10 to 15 years from now It always keeps you focused even when you face challenges. So you need to ask yourself, within the next 10 to 15 years, what do you want to have achieved? How will you have impacted the community? Which unique value will you add in society? Which good things will people remember you for? What solutions do you want to have created for problems? What do you want? You create your life. You say, God created this earth. And he said, everything he said, it came to pass. God said, let there be. God said, let there be. God said, let there be. That's a powerful statement. It looks short, but it's powerful. For you, your life. Then Anita said, let there be a master's, master's. Let me pursue my master's. Let me pursue. And Anita said, let there be a PhD. Let there be a business. Let there be shine leadership. Create your world. Speak life into it and say, this is what I want my life to be like. Go to the detail. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. But Robin says, when you have a powerful long-time vision for something, even against all odds and adversity, you will continue to make progress and people will want to get on board. We're getting on board with the Transformational Professionals Club because there's a long-term vision, and I'm sure Coach Samuel has faces challenges here and there, but we come alongside him because we know there is vision there, okay? Because everyone wants to be part of something great. But also long-range goals keep you from being frustrated from short-term failures. You will fail many more times than you will succeed. But again, fail knowing that you're failing in line with your vision or in line with your purpose. And so a part of personal leadership will need you to be self-aware, will need you to manage yourself well. You need to have values and principles. There is need for accountability. There is need for goal setting. And there is also need for being authentic. I'll not go into these details because my time is far spent, so please take a screenshot. Now, I'll summarize like this. On finding purpose, read your Bible and pray every day. It was a song in school. But now as an adult, I know what it means. Some of these songs sounded good when we were to read your Bible, pray every day, pray every day. It only makes sense when you're an adult and you say, hey, where is my Bible? Hey, have I prayed? And then you align it with your purpose. And so read your Bible. If you're a Muslim, read your Quran, whatever faith you belong to, please read whatever guides your faith and read the holy books. Explore your interests and passions. As a young person, you may not know what exactly your purpose is in life, and it's not a problem. The only way you will also find out is by exploring the things of your interest and passions. Yes, you're doing medicine, but if you think comedy is your thing, do your medicine, but also do comedy. Nobody told you to focus on one thing. Explore your interests. Passions, talents, those are things that will put money in your pocket. Audit your life. Stop reviewing and auditing books of accounts of your organization and fail to audit your own personal books of your life. Audit, review, sit back and say 2025 has gone. I set goals. How far have I achieved? Write. Don't over-digitalize your life that you even fail to trace where you've come from and where you're going. Get a notebook. They still sell pens and books and papers. I know we are going smart in everything, but even the Bible will still feel good when you read a hard copy, not a soft copy. So there is something about the ancient old ways. Please get a pen and paper and draw your life on paper. Put it on paper and kind of, scribble, be intentional. Do a plan like you're doing a strategy for an organization. Say 2025 financially, here my goal was to achieve 5M. Now I'm at 3M. What happened? I overspent in these areas. Here the school fees was high and all that. Put those things on paper and scribble them until you come up with a plan for 2026. Know your shape, your spiritual gifts. Know your heart, the things you're passionate about. Know your abilities, both soft skills and hard skills. Know your personality or your temperament and document your experiences. They are saying something about where you are, where you've come from, and where you are going. Ask and listen for feedback. I know people don't tell you what your purpose is, but when they say some things, you realize some of them are in line with the dreams you're having. Probably God has told you some things. And so listen to feedback. Don't ignore it. When people tell you, hey, I saw you are good at public speaking, Remigio, hey, you should consider this. If 10 people tell it to you, they don't all have, they don't know each other. It's something God is trying to communicate. So listen. So find a mentor. On this journey of purpose, you need a mentor. On this journey of purpose, you need a mentor. Joshua needed Moses, and he was well mentored. That's why he was able to lead the people of Israel out of to the promised land. Mentorship is important. Who is mentoring you? So, in finding purpose, ask God, ask yourself, and ask others. Okay. When building dreams, lay a strong foundation. Your faith, your values, integrity, because all these will be tested. And so be strong. Don't fear suffering. I think, Coach Samuel, we need a session for people to tell them how to embrace suffering. Those topics are needed for people to, because when people start suffering, they start making drastic decisions and go off course. And yet sometimes the suffering, the pain is part of the journey, the confusion, the chaos, the what, it's part of it. So we need to tell people how to navigate those areas very well so that they don't miss out on what God has purposed for them. Manage your time and finances well. All these things, for you to achieve your purpose in life, you need time, you need money. And so manage your time and finances well. Coach is a financial literacy trainer. I'm a financial literacy trainer. There are financial literacy training programs all over the place. Go and learn how to manage your finances well, but also manage your time well. Have a vision, set goals, take actions. Be patient in the different seasons of life. Some seasons are good, some are bad, but they are all part of the story. Be careful who you share your dreams with. Don't get excited. When you have a dream, you see what happened to Joseph. He told the dream to his brothers, they threw him in the pit. Be careful who you share your dreams with. Get a team you trust, and they don't have to be many. It can be 2, 3, 4 people. That's enough. Those who post their dreams on social media, we want to know how far you go in achieving them. Some of those dreams, Jesus was going to be killed as a young baby. He was produced and they started asking, where has the king been born? They wanted to murder him as a young child. Some of your dreams are very beautiful, but they are too fragile at that stage for you to start, letting the whole world know what you've dreamt and what you want to become. So you want to protect your dream as much as possible as God tries to reveal to you what this dream is about. But now with social media, someone dreams today, the next time it's on social media, then the dream is murdered there, They will pursue and try, but that's a story for another day. Protect your dream. We don't have to know what your dream is. You got to work on it, get up every day, work on it and all that. When it's time to be published to the public, then it will come to us. Never give up. If you've seen it, you can achieve it. So keep going. Dethrone yourself and learn to say no. I have talked about what dethroning is. Dethrone yourself. People will give you titles, but those titles will confuse you. When it's time to leave, leave. You've served your purpose. Let another person take up that responsibility. We are so many people on this earth. Okay, serve and go to the next level of your life. Learn to say no. This thing of trying to please everybody will deter you from achieving your purpose in life. I'll leave it at that. On turning skills into income, identify and validate your skills. What skills do you have? Are they relevant given the times, or they need to be upgraded? So know your skills, upgrade them. Try to specialize in one thing, even if you're doing 1,000 things. Be the best at what you do. Get that one thing. Yes, we know, me for, talking about purpose, business. You be known for one thing, one area of specialty, even if you're doing many things, but try to specialize in one. Sharpen your skill, your gift, keep learning, monetize your skills. Yeah, Remigio is emceeing us today. He's improving his skill. He's perfecting it. The next time I call him to MC a function, he'll tell me, Madam Anita, it's 1 million. Because he has been working on it, he has been sharpening it, or he will tell me it's 2 million. And then I will, comfortably get the 2 million and give it to him because he has now started monetizing his skills. And then serve your skill to the world. Yes, monetizing is good, but also don't forget that you need to serve. And so sometimes you'll be invited to MC on sessions or to give talks and you won't be given any money, but you will have served and impacted lives. As you step into 2026, put God first, and all these things shall be added unto you. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Nobody is coming to save you. You have everything you need to achieve your dreams. And all those things are within you. By the time God brought us on earth, we came as full packages. The rest of the work is just to upskill, upgrade, upskill, upgrade. That's what we do with our phones and gadgets. By the time the phone comes or the gadgets come, they are ready to be used for their purpose. The only thing the manufacturer will keep sending you messages, upgrade software, upgrade software. And that's what we keep doing through nursery school, primary school, high school, and university. We are upgrading software so that we continue being relevant to the community. Be intentional. Don't live your life to chance. Plan for your life. Nobody is going to plan it for you. So plan for your life and take action. If you leave other people to plan for your life, guess what? They are planning for you. Not much. And so be intentional and plan for your life. Be ready to lose some people along the way. I think this is something I'm learning to embrace. I realize with the different seasons of life, some people will go. Not that you've chased them, but they'll go. And then you start wondering, where have they gone? Where have they gone? But I've said, it's okay. There's a reason as to why people come and people go, especially those close to you. If you need help, ladies and gentlemen, dear professionals, ask. Let us not be proud. Let us not think we shall look bad. There is no dream that has ever been achieved alone. You will be the first to achieve yours alone. If you're working on a project, get people on a project team. If you're working in a business, get people. One is too small a number to achieve greatness. So if you need help, ask for it. If you fall forward, get up, don't stay down for long, and then keep going. Remain humble. The accolades, the the titles, the honor, remain humble. Never stop learning and never arrive. Never stop learning and never arrive. Again, I want to thank those who have attended today's session. Thank you for being deliberate with learning. Remember, the process matters. Don't grumble. Don't kill the pain. We pray to God that, God, I want to become this in future. God, I need this. And then God is trying to help you, process you, take you through the process so that He's ready to give you those things you're asking for. But as He's processing you, you're giving up. You've left, you've gone, you've jumped, you've what? So know that God will answer your prayers. His prayers are always yes and amen. Sometimes it will be wait, but in the waiting, sometimes we pray for things which we are not ready to receive. So what God will do is to first prepare you to receive the prayer you've given Him. But as He's preparing you, you jump out. Say, that is too painful. Me, I'm not going to stay there. I've left. I've gone. Now, the angels come to look for you to deliver your prayer. Now, you've taken off long time because for you the process was what? was painful. So don't try to kill whatever pain comes your way. It's okay to suffer for a little while, for as long as it's in line with your purpose and with your vision. These will be my last reminders. We are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. And so if you're here on earth, it means there's already work for you to do. And so we need to be intentional about this journey. And then I am certain that God, who began the good work within you, will continue His work until it's finally finished on the day when Jesus Christ returns. Ladies and gentlemen, great leaders develop through a never-ending process of self-study, self-reflection, education, training, and experience. I want to wish you well. Again, I want to welcome you again to the summit. Thank you so much for listening in. Thank you so much for being here. And let's celebrate the Transformational Professionals Club on celebrating 1 year. Coach Samuel, we are with you. We congratulate you and thank you for thinking about such an initiative. Feel free to connect with us at Shine Leadership or through the different, my personal different social media networks. May God bless you. May God keep you, and may God grant you the desires of your heart. Those dreams that God has given you, may He help you fulfill your purpose in life, and may those dreams come to pass. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Amen, amen, amen. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Anita. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Anita. I think you've done very good justice to this summit. Amazing, amazing stuff, amazing journey. We have really, really enjoyed. I wish you could, the reactions that were coming through as you presented your journey, it was amazing, it was amazing. Thank you very much. And quite a number of takeaways that we will definitely have to talk about later on. But thank you very much, Doctor, for the journey, for your presentation. And thank you, the audience. You've been an amazing audience. You've listened in, you've reacted, you've commented. I don't know. I should even go through some of the comments. It's quite a lot. Amazing journey, mind-blowing, beautiful messages, and thank you for the encouragement. Carol says she relates to the challenges. Patricia says great strategy to overcome it. Quite so many comments that have come through. We will go through them later on, but it's been beautiful, Doctor, and thank you very much. And I don't know. We could kindly give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Just through your electronic hand clap. Thank you very much. Amazing stuff. I feel like not ending this summit, but Dr. Anita, you've done very good justice to us. I think you will later on, maybe in the chat room, you can let us know where we can find your publications, your books. If they are readily available, you can let us know in the chat room so that we can find them. And also, of course, through the contact that you have shared with us, you can kindly also share it through the chat room. Thank you very much. Okay. So while you were presenting, we had one of our members join in. Quite a number of members joined, but we had Oyesigire, Oyesige Brand joined us. And let me just confirm if he's actually online. Oh, yes, Jay, can you hear us?
I'm available.
Yes, Brian, thank you very much. I think you can do for us a bit of appreciation to Dr. Anita for the wonderful presentation she has done. And then later on, we call in the second speaker as we take bathroom rest just in a few minutes. So kindly first give us a vote of thanks. You give a vote of thanks to Dr. Anita. You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you so much. Kanyesije, my name is Yesije, not Oyesije. So my name is very clear. And in a special way, I would like to thank Dr. Anita Malinga for the great presentation, to everyone who is really following here. I felt so happy seeing Dr. Malinga here. For your information, guys, I am an Empreteco. Empreteco, as trained by the UN Trade and Development. And Anita was the lead facilitator. And see how amazing it is for Doctor to be part of this. And what do I learn from Doctor is that at her age of 35, I am her senior by 12 years, coming to 13 years. She gave me training under Empreteco, and I would urge everyone, if you want to know who Anita is and you're in business, you should be able to look for that program, the Empreteco, and join it. If you're lucky that Anita will be your facilitator. She's a great, amazing person, and I will tell you guys, She's just not the professors or the doctors, people who get, these positions and titles, as you say. She's a practical person. And it's so amazing. When I saw her present here, I was like, whoa, what a great chance for me to listen to her again. She talked about suffering. I would always want to give you one word, my dear members, that enjoy what is there to enjoy, suffer what is there to suffer, regard both suffering and joy as facts of life, and keep happy no matter what. And that was from the quote of where she indicates that you must accept to suffer through, you must accept to suffer suffering, adversity, and and all the challenges that we encounter in the journey of success. I know some of us would say, yes, she's made it at 35. Can I start the speed so that I also make it by 40? Everybody has a journey, and that was her journey. And what matters to me as also a senior entrepreneur, for those who don't know, I'm the person behind Bravo Shoes. For those who have school children, please support the brand. As a senior entrepreneur who started at the age of 22, very small, seeing me accessing doctor and getting more information, having to access this information, which means that people should be more successful than us, who are seniors, who have made so many mistakes without any guidance, without mentors, without anything. We've made a lot of mistakes, so many mistakes that we regret even what we wouldn't have done at the age of 20, 25, or 30 years. So if we have this opportunity to speak to people like her, I am very humbled. My being here is just to appreciate her for accepting to share her story. And I say, meet her physically, be part of her. You'll know what she speaks. She's practical, not just as academicians do. She's a practical woman. She's a business woman. She's an entrepreneur. Guys, remember, your child cannot inherit your books. They can only inherit what you've worked for them. And this is the start of the journey, like Dr. Anita. So in a special, once again, Dr. Anita, you're amazing. Thank you so much, and keep going. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Brian. Before Kanyesuje comes in, thank you, Brian. It's so good to see you here. Coach Samuel has a way of bringing us together in these spaces. But it's good to see you. Brian was my student, as he said. I was his mentor in one of the classes. And he was a good student also. I just wanted to mention that he's my senior. I respect my elders, but I'm also happy when they sit down and learn and listen in. So thank you so much, Brian, for the vote of thanks. I appreciate it. And TPC friends, thank you so much for the messages inbox. I was reading. Thank you. And I hope and I'm glad that you've taken at least one thing, just one thing. You don't have to take everything I've said, just one thing. Just take that and run with it. I'll share my contacts so that we stay in touch. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And thank you so much, yes, Jebran, proprietor of Bravo Shoes. We really appreciate the content that you actually put out there and the knowledge that you actually give us. And I must say that we are also grateful because throughout this journey, you have been part of us and you gave us a talk some time back. So we really appreciate and thanks for being here. Yes, thank you very much. As we take just a short commercial break in just 3 minutes, I'll just play a video here as we take a short break. Then in the next 3 minutes, we will come back and then pick up with a second speaker. So you can keep watching this as you take a break. Thank you very much.
There is no audio. You try.
Yes, coach, you're saying there is no? Hello, coach.
There is no audio.
Is it the same? Because from your end also, I can't hear anything.
Community to be able to help professionals transform. So why did we choose the word transform? Hi, my name is Coach Samuel Yolanda and I'm the founder of the Transformation Professionals Club. I'm here to tell you about this community. So this community has been in place for now 1 year, and we started in December the 14th. So why did we start this community? We found out that many professionals are living in the times where everything is changing, but themselves are not changing. So we came up with this community to be able to help professionals transform. So why did we choose the word Transformation Professionals Club? One, we chose the word club because we wanted a community that can be able to help nurture people, a community which is a safe space for people. So we felt a club environment would help such kind of professionals looking for where they can connect, learn, grow, and earn. So we called it a club. And now why we called it transformational? Because we believe that professionals do not just start from the top. It's a journey of transformation, just like the way you see a butterfly start as a caterpillar and now come through as a butterfly. Each one of us, every day, we're actually transforming into something. So being able to be part of a Transformation Professionals Club makes you to be in an environment that helps you to be able to grow with the changing times. Either today you're working, or the next time you're out of employment, transitioning into something else, either to start your business or to just go into retirement. The Transformation Professionals Club is an environment that grows with you. So that's why we felt that we need to have this community that helps you on that journey. Now, when you look at our logo, you realize that we start with a small t. Now, that small t is not just for graphics. The small t means that each one of us have humble beginnings. And when we embrace our humble beginnings, we can actually grow into people that we're actually proud of. So that's why we felt that we're not just here for the people who are champions. We are here for those that are beginning. We are there for those that are just starting out. And we believe that just as we started out within our journeys, ourselves as an individual, myself inclusive, we believe that even you who is interested in your growth, who is interested in being a change maker within this country, within this world, you can start small and you can become something out there. So that is why we have this Transformation Professionals Club. Now, I know what is now into your mind are the benefits. What are some of the benefits? Now, one, I'll pick it from our key pillars, which is one is connect. Now, when you're part of the Transformation Professionals Club, you have an opportunity to connect with different professionals. We've always heard about this thing that your network is your net worth. And that means that when you're part of a community, you have a ground to be able to tap into the resources that other people are bringing. But also it helps you to be able to get people that will actually be able to support your vision. It's more of an iron sharpens iron, and that is why we are together as a community. So connection is a very important benefit that you really get from us. Now, the other that we also call our key pillar is the learning. Now, we don't just want to be in a community where we're just connecting, like the way people go to maybe to a bar and are just drinking and maybe they are not doing anything around it. So we want to make sure that when you're part of us, you're learning, we are growing. Each one of us can learn from each other. And that is why we organize these weekly webinars where we learn from each other. We have mentors and coaches that are part of the program. So these come through to be able to teach us, to be able to give us insights, to share from their experience. You might be going through a situation that you think is actually challenging, but if somebody who has gone through the same shares from their journey, you're able to pick one or two things, and before you know it, you're being transformed yourself. So that is one of the other benefits that you really benefit, the benefit of learning. So we also organize different master classes, different mentorship programs. We just completed our public speaking and communications program where we've equipped mentees on various aspects. We go into other topics like personal branding, identifying your purpose, personal leadership, quite a lot of materials that are designed to help you as a professional be able to grow from wherever you are to something great. So that is what we do. So the next aspect is the growth. Now there's learning. Remember we said we connect, we learn, and now we have an aspect of growth. Now we do not just want you to learn, you know, a kind of scenario where you're learning as much as you can. We are so privileged that we are in an information age where you can find any information elsewhere, but how are you able to grow? So the community provides that accountability to enable your growth, the inspiration for your growth, the guidance for your growth. Through our mentors, we're able to watch you do what you do. We give you feedback to see a lot of transformation. I'll give you an example. We have one of our last participants of the public speaking and communication skills program, Charity, who works with the URA. She has been very transformative in her journey of public speaking. She started with some fears, yet she actually was confident. So when she got the feedback from the public speaking mentorship program, she was able to pick up, and now she's actually a vibrant person. She's starting her YouTube channel. She's running with her Come Alive program, and she's going to transform other people. Even for Linda Charlotte, who joined us also, she's an entrepreneur, passionate about the young girls. She is going to do great work because she gained this public speaking. She's going to tell her story because there are quite a lot of young women out there that would love to hear the stories. So make sure that you come through and be able to develop yourself, be able to grow in the process, and before you know it, the world is watching out for you. The world is respecting you. The world is giving you a platform to be able to shine and to transform lives. So that is the aspect of growth. And then the other last one is the earning component. Why? Because we believe that when you earn, when you create income for yourself, that income is actually used to propel your purpose, but also to impact others. So we live in an era where there are lots of professionals that have a lot of knowledge, but because they have been designed in a way that they only think about employment, when the job is away, they can't survive. So we created the Transformation Professionals Club to be a ground to help you be able to create multiple income streams. And we have seen this. We have people who came through as just employees, but now they have created businesses. They are earning from their passions. They are doing a lot of things within the community, not just only for money, but also for impact. And at the end of the day, their brands have been able to grow, and that at the end of the day has transformed in terms of income. Even those that are employed, we've seen people who came through without jobs, but now they have jobs and now they are earning. We've seen people who came through as officers, but now we are seeing them grow into supervisory roles, into managerial roles. There's a lot of transformation that we've seen within our mentees, especially in our first year. And we believe that this journey will actually continue, because when we train and mentor our mentees, these mentees now transform to become mentors. And before we know it, we are going to have a transformed world. And what a time for us to be part of this journey that is actually transforming the nations. So So I believe that if you're watching me and you're not part of the community, this is a call out for you. This is a time for you to be able to join us such that we can be able to move together. And I know that you could have maybe other clubs that you're part of. What we are calling out for you is to make sure that in whatever you're doing, you're transforming lives, you're connecting, because through connection, you're able to again elevate yourself and add value to the connections, but also tap into the values and resources that the connections bring. So those are the benefits that you get when you are a member. And I believe that you'll be able to walk this journey. We have membership programs that run for a year, but before, as you even go through the processes, you also be able to gain lesser discounts, part of our programs that we usually have. If you're a member, you have that extra benefit. You also have an advantage of being able to book, let's say, a mentorship or a coaching session with one of our mentors, and you will be transformed in the process. And I believe that you will not regret being part of this community. Make the new year to be transformation for you, because you're going to join a good community. So I want to say thank you so much for watching, and I believe that we'll be able to meet and connect and see how we can be able to grow together, learn, and do greater things, because the world is waiting for us, and we are the people, we are the leaders, we are here to transform. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Coach Samuel, for the message. A round of applause to Coach Samuel. A round of applause to Coach Samuel. Yes. Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a very good time when we are celebrating the first anniversary with such kind of amazing information that is coming through, and of course our speakers. So Patricia, are we still together?
Yes, I'm on.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be hosting with Patricia. So Patricia, please take on the next session. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much for that opportunity. It's really a club for transformation. What Dr. Malinga has shared is really very, very inspirational. We thank her for that. Those who are asking for the slides, they will be shared with you at the end of the session. So on our next agenda, we shall have Mr. Namale Lawrence. I'll share shortly his profile and then invite him to share with us. Lawrence Namale is a visionary author, transformational coach, and strategic thinker whose work bridges personal mastery, spiritual depth, and leadership development with a dynamic blend of storytelling, biblical insight, and psychological clarity. He empowers individuals and organizations to unlock purpose, resilience, and high-impact living. Lawrence is the founder of Life Signatures, a platform dedicated to helping people discover and deploy their unique significance. His voice, whether through books, speaking engagements, or digital content, ignites clarity, conviction, and courageous action in those seeking to live intentionally and leave a legacy. Let's give in some round of applauses virtually as we invite Mr. Namale. You're most welcome, Lawrence.
Thank you so very much. Can you hear me, Patricia?
Yes, I can.
All right, I've been tuned on to this summit since morning. And Dr. Malinga, I think at this point in time, someone just feels like saying, and now may the grace, because you've given us a serious buffet today of personal experience, information, nuggets. You know, you needed a day. You need actually, let me just tell you, Dr. Anita, I know you already do this, but from what you've shared, you need a full day engagement, a full day seminar on just that which you've shared. And I'm sure it will not even be enough. Thank you very, very much. If anything, I am the one who has come here to learn. I thought I will sneak in. Actually, I came here like a sneaker. You know what a sneaker is? A sneaker is a guy who was not invited. A gate crasher, actually. Yeah, it's a great gate crasher. A guy who was not invited, but he finds himself on the table and then he starts talking as if he owns the table. Ha! I saw the poster that Coach Samuel had posted, and I thought I can do something here also. I asked him, why don't you give me some 30 minutes to also share something? And he was gracious enough. You see, the reason as to why some of us are attracted to some of these things is because this is our calling. I don't see myself feeling comfortable or feeling at home without speaking, without coaching, without inspiring, without guiding, without motivating people. If I find myself in a task that doesn't include the component of inspiration, the component of motivation, the component of people, I don't feel at home. I don't feel accomplished. I don't feel fulfilled. That's the word. So that's why I asked for the opportunity to come here and share with you people. Thank you very much for the 57 plus people who have joined, and I am sure most of you we have never met, most of you have never seen me, and I've never seen you, but you are here listening to us, and this is what connections can be able to do. You'll be shocked that I've never met, basically even had a cup of coffee with Coach Samuel, but we connect from the angle of purpose. He loves transforming people and loves transforming professionals. This is something that he has done. In fact, I think, Coach, I know you more of a transformational coach than an accountant, whom you really are. And so it is an opportunity for me, a very massive privilege for me to be in this place. I needed to share with us something because I knew that we are coming to the place in December where two things are happening. Number one, people are counting their losses, cutting their losses, or maybe even celebrating their wins. And number two, people are planning for what is going to come up in the next year, 2026. I normally say that the new year is normally a psychological new. It's a psychological clean slate that is given to every one of us. Every new beginning is normally a psychological clean slate. It can be the beginning of the day. The Bible tells us that the mercies of God are new every morning. It can be the beginning of the week. It can be the beginning of the month. But the beginning of the year is normally the big one. It is a psychological new for us. And it begins with us looking at what has been and also looking at what we desire could be. Very many things Doctor has shared with us already. I don't feel like repeating them, but I just resonate with them. And one of the things that she shared with us is that there there's something about clarity, knowing who you are. She talked about personal clarity, self-awareness. That's the word she used, self-awareness. Each and every one of us has a level of knowing who we are. In fact, by the way, without being academic, we all have wishes. We all have dreams. We all have desires. We all have goals and we all have these milestones that we really want to accomplish. And you'll be shocked, or maybe you will not be shocked, that these things are not necessarily yours. Your wish to build a university is not your wish. It is the divine connecting with your heart. Your desire to build a nursery school or kindergarten or whatever it is, your desire to start a business, it is not you. It is a purpose desire that has been instilled or installed inside of you by the divine. Most of these things we do are not necessarily from our own minds and from our own psyches. These things are godly. I keep saying and I keep telling people on my podcast called Life Signatures that business is a spiritual thing. What Elon Musk is doing, building rockets and building ecosystems and so on, is a spiritual thing. Why? Because spiritual things normally benefit other people more than they benefit the founder. And you can gauge this, and I've told you this before. When Elon Musk was told, actually, he did not discover, he was told, guess what? That was when, I think during COVID or just after COVID, he was told, guess what? You are now the richest man in the world. And Elon Musk texted, you can actually go back on Twitter and find that tweet. He said, how strange. And then soon after, he followed up with another tweet, okay, back to work. In other words, him becoming the richest person on the earth was not his goal. It was a byproduct of his goal. And reading Elon Musk, I have a big volume of Elon Musk written by Walter Isaacson. I see very many incredible things there that resonate with even what Dr. was talking to us today. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing new under the sun. What you hear Lawrence speaking, what you hear Dr. Malinga speaking, some of these things are not new. Some of them, we have heard them before. But there's something I normally call the law of second mention, which means if you hear something from someone else, totally different than the first person you heard, it tells you that probably the divine is already communicating to you. So at the end of the day, we are responsible to the dreams, the desires, the goals, the wishes that have been put inside of our hearts by the divine. It is because the divine uses that to accomplish his purpose. I read a quote, someone say that when the world needs an opening, or a message needs to be preached, or the world needs to be transformed, God sends a baby. So by the time you're arriving on the face of the earth, there is something that you and I, we've got to do. Maybe for Lawrence is to speak a word in season for those ones who are weary, and they will listen to him and they will revolutionize their lives, and they will have some kind of encouragement, and they go back home and say, yeah, I need to do this. Maybe for you is to build systems, but you came as a baby not to put food on the table and clothes on your back and repeat it for 70 years. We came on assignment from the divine. Every little dream you have, it is a divine installment. And you know why it's a divine installment? It is because the divine works with what we call the seed principle. Doesn't give you a forest. They don't give you a whole car. They don't give you a whole company. Apple was never a big company. It was an idea in two guys who were messing around, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. If you told them at the point they were messing around that they will be the first $1 trillion entity, they would have laughed at you. But that's how the divine works, using the seed. In other words, your little dream or your little idea right now, the one that you've been struggling with for years, maybe for months, some of you for weeks, for days, it could just as well be a divine deposit that now needs me and you to be disciplined and stay on it and not drift. Because remember, we are living in the most distracted world today. We are the most distracted generation since Adam. I wake up in the morning and I have notifications on my phone. Even if you've switched off notifications, you will still know that there is Twitter, there is Instagram, there is all these things. We are the most distracted. That's why we need discipline. And my talk today is about stop drifting and start living. This is deliberate because at some point in time, our problem is not necessarily what do I need to do. We have preached the message of purpose long enough. We've preached the message of vision long enough. We've preached the message of goals long enough. What we need to do is to stay on point, to stay intentional, and to stay on purpose, even when it's raining, even when it's disappointing, even when doors are slammed shut on us, even when there are very many tiny, shiny objects that come on our way and tell us, hey, guess what? Leave that thing you're doing. There's no money in that thing. There is money in this new fad that has come to town. It's called the Development Channel. Just join it. They're giving people free tabs. By the way, I'm speaking reality. It happened some years back. My point is that we need to be aware that for us to succeed, and I'm so grateful for what Dr. Malinga has shared with us, all I see in her story, if I was to summarize it, it is staying on course and staying disciplined and staying committed. And it's like someone said there are two things that make you successful. The first one is the go for itiveness. In other words, you intend and you go for it. And then the second one is the stick to itiveness. You stick to it. Come rain, come shine. Have you ever seen a bulldog biting someone? A bulldog never. I saw a very, very heartbreaking story. Someone was walking a dog and another person was walking a bulldog. The other person was walking a chihuahua. You know what a chihuahua is? This tiny dog with a very shrill voice and cute dog, by the way. Actually, it doesn't stay outside. They put it in the house. They pamper it like a kid. So someone was walking a chihuahua and another person had a bulldog. And I think the chihuahua provoked the bulldog or something. And for some reason, that bulldog just got out of this man's hands and the leash and bit into the chihuahua and could not let go. They will hit that bulldog with something on the head, but it is holding on to it. That's the stick to itiveness. And by the way, the chihuahua died. Very sad incident. That's the stick to itiveness that we need on the small little ideas and goals that the divine has put inside of our hearts and inside of our spirits. And I'm just going to take some moment and probably share with you what I have prepared in terms of a presentation. I don't know if I can do this. Technology, help me here. Do I have the sharing rights, people?
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. Can you see my screen? Has it come?
We can see.
Is it there?
Yes, it's visible.
Awesome stuff. So let us do this. I don't have much time. I'm just going to tell you what is in my heart today. It is about discipline and sticking to it. Like I said, we have learned over the years about purpose. Most of us, some of you, by the way, can even go to ChatGPT right about now and you can download your purpose. Honestly, you can feed some things in there and you can go into some websites and feed some things in there, and voila, they give you a semblance of what your purpose can be or what your vision statement can be. That is the easiest part. The go-to-itiveness is the easiest part. But the stick-to-itiveness. I have a podcast that has over 2,000 episodes. It's called Life Signatures. And people normally ask me, how in the world do you do that? I tell them it's just a day at a time. I have opportunities very many times. I have opportunities to give up and to, by the way, several times I've walked away from it. I say, I don't want to do this. There is no money in that thing. But then I remember my vision. My purpose, it is to speak a word in season to those ones who are weary. And my vision is to inspire hope and enrich lives worldwide. So I go back because of the vision and I need to stick to it. So I'm going to give you today a practical guide on how to align your vision, your purpose, to what you're doing on a daily basis. Hopefully, it's going to help someone. There is a man whom we all know. He said that you will never change your life until you change something you do daily. The secret of your success is found in your daily routine. And that's where I want us to dwell, my friends, because, like I've said, our problem is not necessarily what do we need to do, what our vision is, what our purpose is. There are very few people who have that purpose problem defining what it is. Our problem is routine. Our problem is today. At the end of the day, in the evening, when the day comes to a close, was that my best? Did I give my all? Did I even do that which is aligned to that which is my purpose? That is our challenge. Again, we are living in one of the most distracted environments today. We distract ourselves. We have handheld gadgets that, if we are all going to be honest, we are addicted. We are addicted to TikTok. We are addicted to Facebook. Those of us who are 40 and above, we are addicted to Facebook. We are addicted to X. We are addicted to likes. And sometimes we go on, whoa, we go on. I mean, I put on, when I see someone posting something stupid, I can spend an hour putting them down. And, you know, they are armed. They have nothing else in this world to do. So they come back at me and so on. We are distracted. That's why every single working day, if you are not careful, the day feeds into purpose. The day feeds into purpose because it feeds into the week, and the week feeds into the month, and the month feeds into the year, and the year is what your life is all about. Our lives are not shaped by special events that happen somewhere. You know, an uncle you never knew calls you and tells you you're now inheriting some piece of land and stuff like that, or you win a lottery. Or our lives are not shaped like that. Our lives are actually shaped by what we do today. What you've done today is to join this transformational professional club and to listen to these guys that are talking. And it is much more important or much more beneficial and valuable to you to do that than to be watching P. Diddy and 50 Cent, which is trending at this moment in time. Some of you are smiling because you know you've just watched it, binged watched it, 4 episodes of dissing each other. But it's about productivity. Today is about productivity. The purpose, identifying the purpose is okay. But what brings the purpose to impact is the daily productivity. That is what we've got to understand. Our daily productivity is what counts. But the question that you need to ask yourself is this. Okay, how am I gonna know that I was productive today? Even if I did some things, even if I rose up and I did some things today, were they aligned to my purpose? So even as the year begins, even as the year comes to an end and we're going into 2025, we need to understand that there is the activity trap. Is the biggest common problem. What is the activity trap? Motion without progress. You can see this hamster here. Just, you know, a friend of mine told me a story of a particular insect. I forget the name of the insect. The insect can rotate around a can of chocolate, and every time it makes a revolution, it revolves around one more time, it believes it is closer. It is closer to the chocolate. It gets one more revolution. And sometimes our lives can be that way, where we have no problem taking action. We have no problem doing activities. Like what doctor said, actually, doctor, when you talked about people setting calendars for their organizations and their departments and not for themselves, it was in the earshot of my wife, and she laughed and she said, that is a very good talk. I'm glad I had that word. I asked her, have you been listening? She said, no, just that one is enough for me. And that's sometimes our trap. We can be involved in activity after activity after activity, but we have no measuring of How does it feed into my purpose statement? How does it feed into my vision? That is the biggest problem we have. We have no problem taking action. I mean, we have no problem waking up in the day, washing the car, driving the car, getting to a place of work and so on and so forth, and putting in the effort and coming back and repeating the same trap the following day, and the week is gone, the month is gone, the year is gone. And she said, at 70, you look back, I have been busy. But what is there to show? It is because we have this trap of activity that we have not learned to gauge and measure. Does it feed into my productivity? What is productivity? Productivity is your output connected to your intentions or your purpose. That is what productivity is. In other words, you can produce very many things, but they're not aligned to your overall objective or the reason as to why you are existing in the first place. If you're a teacher, what is your productivity today? If you are, whatever it is that you are, what the measure of your productivity is in the day, the activities that you did, how connected are they to that? That's what we're going to talk about today. So what if you could prove that your day was meaningful today? How do you do that? Let me ask you today. If you look at your yesterday, someone asked you, where did your yesterday go? Do you have an answer? Can you tell them where it went? Probably you could. How about if they asked you, where did your last Monday go? Probably you might. How about your last month? That's where you start, you're not knowing exactly what did I do. You're not knowing what did you do because probably you are not tracking what you're meant to do or what you're supposed to do. And that's why discipline is important. Discipline means it is raining, it is shining, I'm going to do it. There's a time a friend of mine, I lost touch with him some years back. He used to run and used to jog should be every day, and you will post on Facebook and says I'm running and so on and so forth and so on. And then someone commented and said, hey, but is this guy going to run today? Because it is raining a lot. You know what Peter said? Peter said, bro, the rain does not erase the route I am going to use to jog. The route is still there. That is what discipline is all about. Discipline is not when things are cozy, when things are easy, when things are comfortable. It is actually needed when things are the exact opposite. Discipline is needed for a salesperson when you go to make that sale and they bang the door on you. They actually trash talk your product or your service that you're selling. They're telling you, get out of here. There are better things in the market than this one. This is where discipline is needed because we have need for mental toughness. I'm speaking to myself. We have need for us to go for itiveness, yes, but we need to also stick to it. And how we stick to it is by discipline. And discipline doesn't mean that you can't change a thing. If they slam the door shut on you and they tell you your product sucks, excuse my French, what do? You go and examine the product because it is what? It is feedback. And then you change it, you tweak a little bit and you go back. Knock on the door. Say, I'm back. This is what I am selling. This is what I'm offering. You said last time it's like this, like that. I'm back. So what if you could prove that your day was meaningful? There are several ways. Number one, alignment. How well does the activities I am doing, how well do the activities I am taking, I'm involved in today, how do they match my core values? How do they match my core purpose? Again, it is one thing to have the purpose. It is another thing to make sure that this purpose is aligned with, propped up and pillared up with activities that are connected to it. Now, let me say this. There will be very many activities that we will be doing in life that are not necessarily connected to our core purpose. It is allowed. Some of you, your purpose is connected to something that is not your job. But you've got to put food on the table. So what do? You keep going to that particular job. That is allowed. There are some things that we need to do for the sake of survival. Actually, what I normally tell people is that the greatest balancing act that we need to put together, it is between pursuing of our purpose and balancing food, putting food on the table and paying the bills, paying the school fees and so on and so forth. Sometimes we get bogged down into one way where we are paying bills, and starving the purpose, because purpose takes a lot of years to mature. It's not like a job. A job will give you feedback in 30 days. Purpose, probably not. Probably not a year, probably not 3 years, probably not 5. Much more than that. And I have very many stories to share with you. Let me just share with you this one. I had an idea. I started coaching people somewhere in 2009 in something I call Life by Design. It's a curriculum that I created, Life by Design, telling people about their reviewing of their lives, their own personal SWOT analysis, and their vision, their mission, their values, their goals, their strategic life, and so on. A whole suite of a framework. And every time I will coach people, they will tell me, I wish someone taught me these things earlier. I wish that someone, nearly 99.9% of people I coach, they will tell me that. So what did I do? I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to nip this feedback in the bud by making sure that I create a curriculum, a homeschool mentoring curriculum for for parents to mentor their kids, to augment what the school system is doing. And I called it Permission for Greatness, actually. Later on, I changed the name and I called it Raising the Inner Game of Your Child. Anyway, I approached someone, a mentor like Dr. Anita told us today. I approached someone. I was unmarried. I didn't have a child. I told them so excitedly about what I'm trying to do and so on. And they told me, bro, you are unmarried, number one. Number two, you have no kids. So where do you get the moral authority to speak to parents about this? And I pushed on, but that feedback kind of continued weighing on me. And long story short, I just let that thing go. Up to today, I've never shipped it. But that was 2009. And then fast forward 2019. What happens? COVID sends kids home to their parents. And you remember the feedback the parents used to have. They used to say, what are we going to do with these kids? There was a man somewhere in 2009 whom God had dropped in an idea in his heart and in his mind to create a homeschool mentoring curriculum for kids, for parents to mentor their kids. What am I saying? I'm saying some of the activities you're doing for your purpose today will not necessarily pay you today. Things to do with your purpose, ideas to do with your purpose are early on. God prepares a man way ahead of an event that he was going to be needed. So you are operating on the background, just like this Zoom we're using. Zoom, when COVID came, they went 3,000% increase overnight, so to speak. But they would have shut down because they were obscure to us. Today, they are not obscure. What if they shut down because they were obscure back then? What am I communicating? What am I belaboring to communicate? I'm saying, make sure the activities, most of the activities that you're doing today, even if they're not going to pay you at the end of the month, at the end of the week, maybe even at the end of the year, make sure that some of the activities you're engaged in, they are aligned to your core purpose, your core value. Secondly, how many people, this is one of the biggest indicators of your purpose. Remember what we said? Your purpose is not for you to feed. Dr. Malinga, I think she talked about the mango tree. Did she talk about the mango tree? She did talk about the mango tree. The mango doesn't eat its own fruit. Same with you and I, we don't eat our own purpose. Our purpose is for the sake of impact, for the sake of contribution to others. So if you're involved in something that does not impact others, don't call it purpose. If it's just about you and paying your bills, that's not purpose, that's survival. That's on the basic levels of Abraham Maslow's pyramid of needs. But our purpose is about impact, is about contribution, is about transformation. That's why I love this club. It's called the Transformation. Transformation is not necessarily just personal. It has got to, someone has got to look back and say, Lawrence was here. I'm transformed because of Lawrence. I'm transformed because of Samuel. I'm transformed because of Dr. Malinga. That's what purpose is. So anything that I am doing today remotely, how many people has it transformed? Or what is the potential of it transforming others today? And I've guessed, and I think I've not done this research, but if you look at the richest people that we have today, in any niche, in any environment, in any country, they will not be rich without the element of how many people they are reaching, how many people they are impacting, how many lives they are changing, whether it's business or whatever. That idea of reach. So the activity I'm doing today, and I know I'm going to show these things to you shortly. If I am reading a book today, at what level does it reach other people? Does it impact other people? Thirdly, how deep and meaningful is the impact that I am involved in? This activity I'm doing today, what is significance? Fourthly, what quality time, how much immersed was I with that thing? Sometimes it's very easy for us to go to our diaries and to our calendars and say, I read a book, or I spoke, or I did X and I did Y and I did Z. But how intensely focused was I with it? How involved was I with it? So we need to measure that. These things are things that we need to measure on our daily basis. That's why there is something that I'm going to show you today. There's a tool I'm going to show you today. It is called Purpose Pilot. This is what is going to help you to stop drifting. Why? Because daily you are doing something about your life. You are doing activities that are connected to your life. It's basically sitting down, deciding what you're going to do in 2026 in big time projects and so on and so forth, and then going to Purpose Pilot and feeding that information in, and then daily starting to determine, did I do what I said I'm going to do? If you did, you go to your tracker and you feed it in. So I'm going to share those with you just about now so that you can see where I am coming from. This, if you can see my screen, let me see this. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Aha. This is the screen for Purpose Pilot. Now, if you wanted to get access to Purpose Pilot, you will go to your web browser and you click on purposepilot.life. Purpose Pilot is one word. Of course, you'll need to sign up and so on and verify that you are a human being and all that stuff and so on. But then when you do sign up and you get into there, it's going to give you this window, this screen. You can do it on the phone, you can do it on your tab, or you can do it on your laptop and so on. But this is how Purpose Pilot looks like. On my left, or on our screens on your left, it shows us the menu. Of course, there's the tutorial and so on and so forth. But let me just take you through the whole thing first of all. Before I can come back to the dashboard, let me go to the Purpose projects. Now, your Purpose projects, if you're planning your 2026, you will sit down and, in fact, let me go back to the dashboard. You will sit down and you will write your purpose statement. You will click here to write your purpose statement. Once you've written your purpose statement, it is going to be saved in the database of that particular tool. That is what your purpose statement is going to be like. Now, after that, there is a need for you to sit down and to determine your biggest projects for 2026. And you can determine these biggest projects in one way or another. I don't know. You can do this. You can do this by looking at your life. What are the big things, the 6 big things, the 10 big things that I want to build around? It varies from one person to another. Some of you, your big project for 2026 will be to get your master's. Your big project will be maybe like a doctor is to get the, what do they do? To become a professor. It's a big project. Some of you will be maybe to get married, or maybe to buy an asset and to start a company, whatever it is. Determine what 2026 wants to look like, and you can go to this place where you can add. You can click on there and you can put the project name. It is very easy. Let's say learn or acquire certification in artificial intelligence. Description. What is the purpose of this? This will help me to keep abreast with the changes in technology and help me with my purpose and business. You add the project, and you can repeat that and repeat that and repeat that and repeat that for as many projects as you have. Dr. Malinga has shared with us today some aspects of faith. Some of these projects that we need to do, some of them maybe we don't even have money. We have faith. All we have is faith. So let's go there by faith. Once you've populated your list of your projects, then you break them down into goals. Go to the next step. If you're going to be disciplined, you and I will have goals. Now, your goals, like Doctor even shared with us her goals, you're going to add your goals. There are 2 types of goals. When you come to a goal here, for example, there is run a 5K marathon or exercise consistently. Why is this goal important? You write why that goal is important. Now listen to this. There are 2 types of goals. There are those goals that we set that shape who we are. Some of us will call them the non-negotiables. In other words, come rain or come shine, I must read my Bible. Come rain, come shine, I must pray unless I am sick and bedridden. Come rain, come shine, I must read a book. Come rain, come shine, I must blog. Come rain, come shine, I must podcast and so on. Those ones are called habit-based, ongoing activities that you want to maintain consistency. So you click if it's habit-based or if it's project-based. What is project-based? I want to have a PhD at the end of 2026. That's project-based. Of course, I'm just using that as an example. Or I need to build a business or an extra stream of income. That's a project-based goal. You connect that project to what it is that you already decided you're going to do. For example, what did we say? Acquire certification in artificial intelligence. You click on that, and then you select, this is very important, you select the categories of the wheel of life. Let me explain to you the wheel of life. The wheel of life is something that has been created to help us to balance our lives in terms of goal setting for 2026. People do it differently, but I have 8 areas of your life that you need to balance. There is the area of business that includes your employment. There's the area of your family that includes you as a husband or as a dad or as a whatever it is, nuclear family. And then it includes the area of your finances, which includes saving, investments, income generation, and so on. Of course, income generation is also connected to business. And then this area of your lifestyle, which involves things like, taking a break, going on a vacation, and taking some rest, and so on. It involves the mental faculties, which includes goal setting. It includes reading. It includes watching things that are instructional and are inspirational. It has the physical. Physical part is exercises, stretching exercises, strength exercises, and cardiovascular exercises, and so on. It includes the area of friendships and relationships. Like we are doing here, it is relationships, which is going to form my social capital. And then, of course, there's an area of spiritual. So you decide this goal that you have set, which area is going to be tagged on. And this thing is not going to add the goal unless you have completed this thing, you've added a category. Once the goal has been set, it's going to come on these goals here. And then this is where I really needed to land the baby. It is called the weekly planning. Friends, weekly planning is weekly planning. It is not something that we do in January. If we are going to be professionals, and you guys, you know, as professionals, how many times do you guys go for planning meetings? In fact, sometimes in some organizations, it's nearly every week. Every week you sit down and you review the tasks that were to be done the week before, and then you decide what we're going to do the week that is coming. That is weekly planning. And Dr. said very powerfully that we are so adept at creating these calendars for our organizations where we are employed, but for ourselves, our calendars are as deserted as a desert. And that's a thing that we need to work on. The weekly plan means that you're going to sit down on a weekend or on the beginning of a week or whatever time that you're going to do it, and you're going to determine what your Monday is going to look like. Of course, if you're employed, you just block out those 8 hours or whatever, 10 hours and so on. But for you, on that particular Monday, what purpose activity can you do towards your vision and towards your mission? What are the non-negotiables that you're going to set? Once you've drafted that list, you just come to Purpose Pilot and you start adding an item. You pick, already you're not going to add anything new. It's already placed on the goals. So you just pick. You pick whatever it is, webinars, whatever it is. What actions are you going to do with it? And then there is this place for frequency. When it comes to planning, especially for habitual goals, progressive goals, the consistency is absolutely paramount. Frequency, how often am I going to be doing the activity? You mark whatever days that you're going to do that particular activity. Why is that important? You select the particular time that you're going to do that activity, what time is going to start, what time is going to end. When you add that particular item on the calendar is going to populate itself. So at the end of the day, you're going to your Purpose Pilot and you spend 1 hour doing all these things I've talked about. You already have your own calendar created. And you now have a timetable already drafted for you for the day. So you're walking around with your phone. If it's a phone, you can actually show people, this is my timetable. If someone calls you and tells you there is this gig that has come up, one of the ways that Dr. Malinga says no is, I am not an expert in it. That's one way. The other way you can say no is, I have a schedule on it. Can we do a rain check, or can we do it? Do you have another time? Can I squeeze you somewhere else on another particular time? That's how discipline is. Discipline means that you and I are going to learn to painfully say no to some things. Family-related stuff, business-related stuff, and so on. I have learned, by the way, and I'm not teaching you bad manners, even at employment, sometimes you might need to say no to your boss. When your boss tells you, okay, this is dangerous stuff, I don't want to, your boss tells you, there's something that we need to do at 5. Right? And 5, it's the time, 5 on Saturday, that's the time that you're supposed to be out with your wife, right? And maybe that request keeps coming. You've got to learn to say no, because you're a person of purpose. Now, don't tell your boss I said it. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, what happens once you've already planned your week? You will be going to your dashboard every now and then. You finished something. This is how your dashboard looks like. you just go and you look for this button called Score and Track My Productivity. You click there, you select the day, and then you select the activity that you would like to track. So for example, I'm attending an event, right? It's a webinar, speeches and presentations. I click there. What purpose project does it align with? It aligns with building social network. I can do a description. And now listen to this. Remember those things I told you about? The alignment, the reach, the significance, and the quality. For now, you are able to determine my activity, the worth of my activity for that particular day. How closely was the task matching my purpose? I can slide this thing to the end because it does. How many people has it reached positively affected? I can at least make a guesstimate. Of course, it's not towards the left, it is somewhere towards the right. How deeply does it impact on my mission? It does. What time quality have I spent on it? That much. And then I just add the activity. Sorry, I log the activity. When I log the activity, of course, they're telling me here the date is required. Then you put the date again. There we go. Still saying date is required. Okay. The activity gets logged. When the activity gets logged, guess what? I can come to my dashboard and I can actually see how my day has been. Today is 13th. This is how active I have been. This is my universal purpose score. Already it's showing me I'm on 60%. Down here is my month on month. This is how October was. It was low. This is how November is. This is how December is shaping up. It was like this. And then at the end of the day, I'll come here. Those of you who normally keep diaries, you can come here and you can reflect. How was the day? Right? You write on your diary how the day was. You come here and you can determine the end of day review. What was your level of energy today? Why are you doing all these things? You're doing all these things because you can actually review where your day went. I can review where my last week went. There's some other things you can be able to feel that are optional. What have people praised me for today? It is good to know because that one speaks into your impact. You write that down because that at some point in time you're going to feel low, and then when you come back here and you just start reviewing, you start feeling, okay, at least I'm making some impact. You also feel, what have I ruminated on that is disempowering, and what better thoughts can I resolve to have? What has been my greatest win for today, and what did I fail to do today that has derailed me? That is how your dashboard looks like. Now, the dashboard is the most visited place on a daily basis. After that, there are very many other things you can do. There's a place where we call Insights. When you go to Insights, it can actually show you your weekly performance. These are dashboards that people normally have for their organizations. Any organization worth its salt has a dashboard that shows, if you go on a bank, what is their dashboard? Is the money, the exchange rates. That's their dashboard. Of course, that's a rudimentary one. But a dashboard shows you in numbers. Numbers and metrics are things that are going to prop up your purpose. Purpose, I know it is an esoteric, it's a spiritual thing and so on. But for it to be actualized, you need numbers and you need metrics. So you can see the dashboard shows exactly how it looks like. It shows you in a nutshell, it shows you the activities that you've been involved in, activity breakdown. This is how it looks like, right? In terms of the big goals, the big projects that you set. Then when you go down, it shows you what were the most impactful activities that you did for that particular week. Of course, it is impactful because it is measuring the alignment, is measuring the significance, is measuring the time quality that you spent on it and so on. And then guess what? At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you have your wheel of life, which shows you how you are actually doing that particular day or that particular week. You can show it There is weekly, there is also monthly. So when I say monthly, it changes. When I say weekly, it changes. So it shows you, you guy, you're so spiritual and you're so focused on business, but it's nothing on your lifestyle. There's nothing on your mind. There's nothing about relationships. So it tells you that I need to work on that particular area. Those are the things that you can be able to work with. And that is how Purpose Pilot normally operates. Of course, there are other bells and whistles that you can add on the Purpose Pilot. For example, future intentions. If you have dreams for the future, some of us, we have dreams that come and we don't follow them through. We don't even record them. Here you can come to future intentions and you can add your dream and you can gauge it on terms of purpose alignment. You can go to the place of notes and you can add your notes, daily notes. You know, sometimes we have these notes, not apps that we normally use and so on, but you can add it on your Purpose Pilot. You can go to ideas and to-do lists. For example, there's books to read. There are very many books that people can be able to tell you, oh, you need to read this book. You need to read this book. What do you do if you don't have time to read because you're reading another book? You just put it on your to-do list for the book, reading, and so on, and it stores them. The beauty, ladies and gentlemen, of the whole thing is that you can actually download all your data after a period of time. And it goes into Microsoft Excel, showing you all these areas of your life that you can be able to track. That is how you become disciplined in life. And that's how you can be able to track. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, you can be able to track, what am I really engaged in my life? What am I really doing? And where did my day go? And now you have the possibility to stop drifting. What I have learned, my friends, in a few months of doing this is that you have something they call a streak, that it gauges how many activities have you been doing consistently without a break. And I find that sometimes I am now inspired and motivated to continue being disciplined because I have data that is tracking my discipline. Some of us will do some of tracking. Sometimes when you go to jog and you track, I can never delete that app that I've been using for years. Why? Because it has my data. It has my discipline recorded that I can actually look back and say where I have come from, which means if I go to jog today, I can see last week I actually ran faster than I'm running this week because of one thing or another. In other words, you can see your personal graphs on a weekly, on a monthly basis. And that's how you build your discipline. I think discipline is built by going for something, but it's also built by sticking on something and also by tracking something. That's why I decided I need to come and share with these guys this thing. Now, the app is a web app and it is actually absolutely free. It is my goal, my intention that in the year 2026, we will have more than 10,000 daily active users on this app, because I do believe if people can just gauge their productivity on a daily basis, we can become much more productive than wondering, where did the day go? What did I do yesterday? How am I doing in terms of my mentality? How am I doing in terms of my physicality? How am I doing in terms of my family and so on? How is my wheel of life? That's the tool that we're supposed to use to measure. I can say this in closing, my friends. There is no problem, or we don't have any problem in knowing where to go. In my opinion, I think we've preached a lot. We've done a good job in the past 10 years preaching about vision, personal vision, preaching about personal purpose. And I know we still need to preach. We need to still teach. We need to still guide. But to add on what Dr. Malinga talked about, self-leadership, in my opinion, will come when we have these plans. We know exactly what we're going to do tomorrow. If we don't know, we have a calendar that is telling us. We can gauge on the calendar. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'm supposed to be doing A, B, C, and D, and it is tracked. And there is a bit of urgency. You know, urgency, I normally say urgency is if I learned this urgency thing when I was in Ghana. the northern part of Ghana is a heavily populated Islamic stronghold. Our friends there practice their religion so beautifully. You guys, you have Muslim friends and so on and so on, but if you live in an area where they take their religion seriously, those guys, when it comes to prayer, the moment it hits prayer, even mid conversation, he leaves you, she leaves you, goes to pray. That's urgency. That's serious urgency. So if you have a timetable, it's one thing to have a timetable, but it's another thing to be urgent and stick to something that you said you're going to do. If you said you're going to read, I don't care how you're feeling, read it. And when we start breaking through this barrier, these ceilings, these distractions, these oppositions, these things, that's when we get this thing called personal power. You've never seen a guy so excited like a guy who has conquered himself because he's urgent. He said he's going to do it, and he actually makes time and does it against all the odds. So, with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to be intentional. I invite us to be intentional with our work, to be intentional with our purpose, to write what we're going to do down, and to determine where our days are going to go, where our weeks are going to go, where our months are going to go, to put on a muscle that says, no, I said I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it right now, whether you want me to do it or not. That's basically how we are going to be as creative and as productive as possible. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again for Mr. Namare Lawrence. Thank you very much. Thank you. We've really enjoyed the session. It's indeed good to have a purpose in life and know how to achieve that purpose. Patricia? Okay. So, Mr. Lawrence, while you were presenting, we had quite a number of comments that came in, and people were happy about your presentations. Let me first get to the chat box. Yes, people are very, very appreciative of your presentation, and wow, what a time, what a blessing it has been to have you today as we celebrate 1 year. As TPC makes 1 year, we are really, really blessed to have you. And I can say that moving forward, this is what we need to do. We need to really, really be sure of what we are purposed for and be sure to actually achieve it. Yes, so at this particular time, I would like to invite questions from the session of Mr. Lawrence and the session of Dr. Anita. Let me see if we have any questions, any comments. Yes, Dr. Anita says, thank you, Lawrence, such an amazing app. I'll definitely explore it. It's a brilliant presentation. Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Mariam says, great indeed, purpose-driven life, such a powerful session. Yes. Do I have any questions, anyone in the chat room that can actually raise up their hand and we give them an opportunity to ask a question? Okay, Mr. Lawrence, Charity is asking, does one's temperament affect the purpose pilot? Okay, let me see if I have any other question. Okay, not yet. Maybe you could respond to that, Mr. Lawrence.
Temperament affecting purpose pilot. I don't know how those two things are connected. Of course, we have people's different personality profiles, and some people who normally teach you to discover your purpose, they normally use personality profiles to determine at least some semblance of what your purpose can be. And I really don't subscribe to that fully. It can give you a bit of it. It can tell you, for example, if you are this kind of a personality profile is, if you're using, let's say, a DISC personality profile, you're highly decisive and so on and so forth, then some things means that the activities that you're going to do could not necessarily be activities that you need to do when you are a sociable person. You need to be socializing much more than just making decisions without necessarily caring about people's feelings going into it and so on and so forth. So temperaments, they do change, they do matter a bit, but I will want to distance your temperament a lot from your intentions and from what your purpose is, what you're formed to do. Of course, the temperaments are the enablers of your capacity. They are not the purpose itself. For example, there are people who have been given the temperaments, or they have been given the profiles of communication and so on and so forth. You will not find those people fulfilled if they are given tasks or activities where they spend the rest of the day not talking to people, not talking to anyone. That can be a problem. So Purpose Pilot is an app. It's a web app. It's not found it is not found on the Play Store, Google Play Store, Apple, whatever. It's not found there. It's just a web app. When you go to purposepilot.life, that's where you're going to find it. There is basically no connection, no serious connection between your temperament and your purpose.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Yes. John Chargonza says, I can. Okay. I think he wants a recording. Then Bashir Chinji says, Purpose Pilot, a great tool for tracking productivity. Thanks, Lawrence, for the insightful presentation. Yes, then David. Okay. David says, thank you so much for your presentation. I like the layout of the application. I would like to support in marketing and creating awareness about it because it's a timely application, highly needed in this era. So, Mr. Lawrence, someone is fronting themselves to do the marketing. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. I really am grateful to David. Is it David Aruma for that
Yes.
particular offer? It's a thing that I welcome a lot. David, I did not put any charges on the app. It is actually free. People can use it for free, but you can tell as many friends. First of all, use it. There's a story of a guy who was trying to sell fruits, and people were not buying, and he was selling it in a train. And then a seasoned salesman called him and told him, go and stand where everyone can be able to see you, and take the juiciest fruit and bite into it and start eating, closing your eyes and letting the juice run. You know, before you know it, people will start asking for it. And that's exactly what he did. So what I'm saying is that use the app, David, use the app, turn it upside and down and so on and so forth. And then if it makes sense to you, if it really blesses you one way or another, tell everyone about it. We need as many people as possible to be on Purpose Pilot.
Okay, thank you very much, Lawrence. Maria says, thanks, Lawrence. Can we download our weekly activity on Purpose Pilot?
Yes,
Maybe you can
absolutely. Absolutely. You can download even for the day. It just when you click on the download button, it just downloads what's there at that particular moment in time. So it's easy. It's downloadable.
Okay, thank you. Patricia says, thank you so much, Lawrence, for sharing. Staying committed, disciplined, stop drifting, and start living are greatest takeaways. Yes, David says, thank you, Coach Lawrence. Discipline and not drifting was a timely presentation. God bless you. Yes, indeed, we thank God for having you here and for the presentation that you have made. And thanks to the audience, those of us watching us direct on YouTube, LinkedIn, and of course, all the other channels, Coach Samuel Ibanda YouTube link. Please, we appreciate you and you're welcome to TPC. And today we are celebrating 1 year and it's a birthday for Transformational Professionals Club. Coach, I am sure there will be, okay, I'm not sure. You will be having some virtual cake cutting, hopefully so. Yes, Moses says, this is really a pre-planned summit. We thank God for you team in such a generation. God bless you, Lawrence. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Just next to on the agenda, I'm going to request if I do not have any other questions from, okay, Patricia. Yes, Patricia. Patricia, you raised up your hand. Coach Samuel, could you assist Patricia to unmute? Okay, so as we get into that, yes?
Shares right now.
Yes, Patricia, you can speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Namale, for your presentation. It's a great one. I've got to learn about the purpose pilot. I didn't know about it. But with the presentation you've shared, it's really a good tool to help us drive a purpose-driven life. The chat box, my greatest takeaways: to stay disciplined, stay committed, to stop drifting, and also to start living. Thank you so much for having spared your time to share with us. We are really blessed as we celebrate our birthday today of TPC. We are very happy for what you've shared with us. It will help us in the next year as we are here to have an end year reset summit and also plan for the next year. Thank you so, so much. Back to you, Remigio.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patricia, my co-host. And I just want to have a recap of the session for Dr. Anita as we get into the last bit of the summit today. Of course, she talked about, I would personally describe Dr. Anita as an iron lady because of her journey and what she has been able to go through. Personally, I would like to say that I describe her as an iron lady because she has taught us self-awareness, know who you are and who you are not, what you are and what you are not. You have to know where do you see yourself in the next 15 years. You have to be very patient. Most importantly, dethrone yourself because it's part of personal leadership. Those of us who have quite a number of titles, you just have to learn how to dethrone yourself and be humble. Overcoming challenges, she says, pray, believe in yourself, keep learning, seek for support, choose joy and excellence, always smile. Seek for an opportunity amidst the challenges, and of course, set up your 2026 personal calendar. Think about your spirituality as well and find your purpose. And of course, as Lawrence came in, he definitely taught us about how to go about our purpose and how to have it achieved. And he talked about the law of second mention, which is very powerful. Okay, so at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our third last speaker, and that is none other than Coach Samuel Ibanda, that is going to take us through our next I think in the next 20 minutes, Coach Samuel, we should be done. And you're going to take us through our next program for 2026 at TPC, how 2026 is going to look like, what you've laid out for the members. And those of us who are asking about how to become members, you already see, you simply just have to come on board. Yeah. And yes, it's a club that is full of very important persons that can help you network and connect in different spaces. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the vision bearer, Coach Samuel Ibanda, to take us through the next program, which will be the program for 2026 at TPC. You're welcome, Coach Samuel.
All right. Thank you so much, Remigio. Thank you so much to our great speakers, Dr. Anita. Thank you so much, friends. Join me again to thank Dr. Anita and also to thank Lawrence by our virtual hands. Let's appreciate them for their time, for accepting to be part of this. When I reached out to Dr. Anita, she told me today is a day that she already had the program on, but she was really, what can I really say? You could see that she really wanted to do this. And I'm glad that we have her here as part of the summit. And what a day to also have each one of you. Please clap for yourselves wherever you are for being part of this moment. A lot of people are out there doing a lot of things. Some of them do not even have anything that is really engaging them, but they don't feel this is relevant. You being here is something that we don't take for granted. And we really want to say thank you so much. To those that have walked the journey with us from the time we started in January, in January, at the start of the January as a year, but also from the time when we launched, which was December, we really appreciate. Thank you so much for showing up. Every time we call you, we have these sessions, we have programs. Thank you so much for coming through. And I believe that the year has not just been a year that, there are those years that come and you can't remember, you can't put your hands to anything that has really come out of the year. So if there's any growth, sometimes we only look at the results, but there are no results without a process. So there are lots of things that you've gone through right now that are actually preparing you for something that is bigger. And Dr. Anita stressed that there's that moment of suffering, there's that process. Every prize has a process to it. So for you being part of the webinars, being part of the transformation, it's about the process. It's a journey in itself. And I want to say thank you so much that you've been part of this. When we were organizing this summit, we had a lot of thoughts around it. And I think when Dr. Anita shared that there are those moments that even you feel like you want to give up, but then you remain in there because your resilience. Actually, suffering itself is actually important in your journey, because in there you build resilience that even when the results come through, you actually up there. So we had another speaker who was supposed to join us. That is Mr. Alfred Agawa, who sent us an apology because of a circumstance that happened during the week. So most of you could be knowing, or you might have seen some news about the passing on of this great lady called Miriam Echirapa Musali. So Dr. Alfred is connected to her, and he was part of the barrier arrangement, so he could not really join us. But why I've even shared this screen is also to just give a reflection around how life can actually turn out to circumstances that we never prepared for. So Miriam, I think she was she should have been in about her 40s early 40s. And this week she passed on due to cancer in Nairobi. Miriam had an event, as you can see from the screen. She had held an event where she invited different speakers, and she was it was about becoming influential, becoming the influential challenge. And why am I even sharing about this? She's been a corporate person, a professional like many of us, working at high levels like Capital Market Authority and quite a lot of things. But now she's actually no more. But one of the things that is actually will remain around is the legacy that Miriam has left. And why am I sharing about this journey, and why am I drawing us to this? As a professional, many of the times, because we've gone through school did teach us about purpose. I think my journey of learning about purpose has been following resourceful speakers like Lawrence Namale, Dr. Miles Monley, and seeing how the Anitas are building their purpose journeys. And then you actually get to realize that, okay, somebody does not only have to, let's say, be employed, they can actually do something that could actually impact society. Most of the times as we are growing up, we could see that people take on their purpose journeys after they are, let's say, maybe retired. But you get to realize that you can't even tell that you even get to retirement. Your life is not in your control, that you even know when you actually go. But being able to live a life of purpose every day, a life of transformation, not only just for you, but also transforming others. If there's one thing that Lawrence and Anita highlighted, purpose is not for you. Myself starting the Transformation Professionals Club came through from this understanding that my growth and my success, it was not to have a journey that I could help other people to also be able to transform and achieve the things that I've been able to achieve, and even achieve more, such that they can be able to stand on my shoulders and be able to see ahead, such that even when I'm gone, there's something that remains as a mark of what I've been able to create. And this is not even just about the mark that I'm actually leaving on the earth, but it's actually a legacy that I know Dr. Anita shared. Heaven is the goal. Heaven is the goal, and I know there's a moment of accountability where God is going to ask, I gave you this talent of being a speaker, or being an inspirer, an encourager. How many people did you bring along? How many people have you been able to transform? And why I'm taking us in this direction is because we are all gifted in one or the other. Remigio here, who has been our moderator or host, as well as alongside Patricia. Remigio reached out to me and he said, this is my passion. This is the area I need to do. This is what I should be doing. And when he joined the community, one of the things I promised him, I said, Remigio, this is what I see, and I see this in you. Whenever we have an opportunity to moderate or host, you have the opportunity. And this is how the world is now working. The world is now working on community. When I know that Dr. Anita is interested in empowering the youth, when I'm thinking about a speaker who will be able to drive the message, I'll think about her. When I'm thinking about a speaker who can speak about purpose with depth, I'll bring in Lawrence Namale because I have seen him. Now, one of the things that I was even reflecting as Lawrence Namale was sharing is that life is spiritual than you can actually imagine. When we got the notification from Alfred that he will not be part of the webinar or summit, I and Charity that were organizing this, we felt down. We felt like, what next? Whom are we bringing on board? We tried a lot of people there and their schedules were already packed up. They could not join us. But then Lawrence comes through and says, I would like to speak. So you see how life is so connected that when you start on your journey of your purpose, things add up. I'll tell you, when I started the Transformation Professionals Club, I'll lie to you that I knew that we'll actually get to this point in time. But I knew that this thing was needed and there's somebody who needed it. When we started the WhatsApp group where there were only 2 people, and I think it was, should have been Patricia and maybe Rosette, where they were there for about maybe about 2 months when they're only just those people that were on the WhatsApp group. And then this thing later now grows that we're about over now 600 plus on the WhatsApp group, people who are desiring to learn. Now, as you are transforming, the Transformation Professionals Club is a community of transformers. We don't just want you to come through and be transformed, but start to think about how can I also transform others. And this is not just about doing it for free, because our key pillars is yes, connect, learn, grow, and earn. Because we don't just want you to look at the aspect of just connecting or growing and learning, but this transformation could actually also be able to get you something that could actually be an income. Quite a lot of people, when a job is gone, they have nowhere to run to. And we've seen there's a lot of change in the way the world is changing these days. There are a lot of things that sometimes you look back and you're so scared. Like ChatGPT can actually do what I've been doing every day. What's the chance of my job? Now, when you're in a community of the Transformation Professionals Club, every day you're learning from people of like minds. You're connecting with people of that think like you, that even think ahead of you and able to share those insights. They're willing to share. When Dr. Anita was sharing here, you could see that she was sharing from her heart. She was sharing an opportunity. When Lawrence Namari was sharing about his tool, I think the mind was already asking yourself, so how much is this guy going to charge? And now he ends up saying, you can actually access this for free and even bring in more other people. This is what purpose means. There are people out there who are willing to just lift your hand and give you the support. What are you doing yourself? Are you just the professional who wakes up every day, Monday to Friday, goes to work, is frustrated in the job, but even struggles through the job because they don't like the job, or they are struggling with the manager? They like the job, but they are struggling. The environment itself does not favor them, but they have nothing, nowhere to go. One time I wrote about something where I said that the worst position to actually be is to be in a position where you are tired of the situation where you are, but you have nothing to do about it. Now, when you are part of the Transformation Professionals Club, you're getting opportunities, you're getting ideas on how to overcome certain things that you'd say were out of your control. So it's important for you to be part of a community. And why I just wanted to give this background such that you're able to understand. And we've had a lot of professionals that have been benefited from our programs, and some of you have followed this journey. Now, for the year 2026, we even want to take it to a bigger level. We've had a lot of learning, especially in the journey of personal leadership, personal branding, public speaking. Now we want to see our members transform in these areas. We want to see them. We want to create accountability structures that we see you grow your personal brand. I'll tell you myself, my personal brand has been able to grow in ways that I could not even understand. But because I created a discipline, when Lawrence was sharing about discipline, I was trying to think, I would say, indeed, discipline works. Because when you go to, let's say, LinkedIn or any platform, you see that I'm consistently posting. And some people think that it actually comes easy. When people see you doing things, people see you running Transformation Professionals Club and it is people think that it actually comes very easy. But there are times when you actually feel like this thing does not work out. Like, why am I even struggling? Because your day has ended and you don't even feel like actually doing your webinar, but you feel that this is something that you should be doing. Why? Because your life is limited. The other aspect is you can't just be there living for the job. You have a life. You have one life to live. You have, what can I even say? But all these things come out of all the goals, all the dreams, everything that you really have comes from you being able to show up and saying, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it and I'm going to be part of. So whoever is part of this webinar, I want to say thank you so much because you've believed in this journey with us. Those that are following us from YouTube or you're watching a recording of this, we want to say thank you so much. We can't thank you enough. And we want to say, may we not just end on watching this, but may we take now the step forward, because we want to be able to transform. We're going to have a number of programs that we have laid down, and these programs fit within our key pillars, which is connect. So programs that are going to help you connect even with professionals at a deeper level. And why connection is very important is because when there's an aspect of connection, means that trust is built. And when it means, when trust is built, means that when an opportunity shows up, somebody, a professional, will be able to think about you who is in need of that opportunity because they trust you. They have seen you. They have seen what you do. So connection comes through. So we're going to have online events. We're also going to have physical events that we are planning. And some of you have attended some of these physical events. And we are going to be able to give you some of the dates for these events. And why do you need to get into those rooms is because sometimes when I see you online and now I see you in physical, there's a different dimension of connection that I will have with you. So I encourage you that 2026, whenever we announce our events, we have, I think, our first event is planned for around March. So I'm going to share that such that you'll be able to know. We also have programs around public speaking. We already did our first cohort. I think you must have seen some of the pictures of those who went through the 5 weeks journey. So 5 weeks journey is also one of those areas that we are looking at. We have career growth mentorship that is actually coming up for people who are career oriented, being able to be supported on the journey of your career. We have the transformation professionals entrepreneur program for professionals that would like to grow in the area of entrepreneurship, start businesses, to be able to start earning an alternative source of income outside their job. We also have leadership programs. We have a leadership program that is going to transform those that want now to move from just being an officer to now grow into leadership. We also have programs that are going to help you identify your purpose. I know when either Lawrence or Dr. Anita was going through the session, you could see, so how can I find my purpose? And that is a big question. So we want to create a structure that can help you on this journey to see how do you live a purposeful life, a life of progress, a life of impact. And of course, we also have, we're going to create avenues where you can also have one-on-ones with some of the mentors. Now, each one of us has a journey that we are on. And sometimes, even when we come to these webinars, we may not easily express that journey. But when you're part of the Transformation Professionals Club, you have a one-on-one, either with myself or with any of the mentors, where you are able to express yourself, to understand yourself, to know that the challenges that you're actually going through are not just unique to you, but these are challenges that anyone has passed through. And then you support it in the process. So there's a lot that we have packed, and I'm going to be able to share some of these on the WhatsApp group. I know many of us are on the WhatsApp group. So if you're not on the WhatsApp group, make sure that you fill in the form, which I shared here, and then you can be able to. Now, we have the free open WhatsApp group, but we also have the member paid WhatsApp group. Now, if you've been part of the free open WhatsApp group, I would actually encourage you to now join the membership. Why membership? Means that you have an opportunity to now be involved in the TPC activities. Remigio and Patricia are members of the club. Some of the mentors that you've seen, yes, CJ Bryan, one of the renowned entrepreneurs, is one of our mentors. You've seen David Asanga, who is also a public speaker. So we have a lot of these mentors that are also part of that WhatsApp group. So when you have a challenge, these people come through handy. And then we also have sometimes some of these meetings that we just hold just for members, such that we can be able to even connect in a much better way. So there are quite a lot of benefits around. Now, last year we started the Transformation Professionals Club, and just like the way Lawrence and Dr. Anita shared, most of the times you want to do this even for free, and we've done a lot of programs for free. But then we feel we want to create more value, and not just value for our members, but also value for those that are our coaches and our mentors. So we had started with, last year we had announced that our membership was at 500,000, and then we discounted this at 250,000. And our members who joined were able to take up that discount. Now, for this year, we are not increasing this amount. We're actually leaving this amount as is because we want to create this as an opportunity for everyone to be able to join. So the amount is 250,000 and you pay this only once. And then within there, you're able to access a number of programs that come through. And then when any other programs that are, let's say, paid for, some of these come at a discount, huge discounts, especially because you're a member. What does this money do? The money that you pay. So the money that you pay enables us to run these activities, being able to pay for these Zoom activities, being able to pay to our designer who runs the different flyers that you see us pushing around. This money facilitates this volunteer staff that support us in driving this program. This money also facilitates us to be able to create at least opportunities in terms of for our members, but also for our coaches. So there's a lot that we use this money. So this money is to facilitate our activities. So if you feel that this is a vision you believe in and you think you can actually be part of this journey, please proceed and make sure that you make that payment such that we can be able to run and even impact more people at the end of the day. So I just wanted to feel to share on those aspects, and I hope that I've been able to answer some of your questions. Again, in case you have any other questions around your membership with TPC and how you can add value, we also want more volunteers to take this message. Volunteers not just spread the message, but also to be part, because this is our club, this is our agenda. TPC does not segregate on professionals. Either you're an accountant, either you're an engineer, or you're a teacher. All of you are welcome because we are one community. And you know, our differences, the diversity is actually our strength, because it means that if I need accounting services, I can reach out to say Samuel, or if I need a bank loan, I can reach out to Remigio. If I need or to buy peanut butter, I can reach out to Patricia. There's a lot that we can actually share when we come in a diverse kind of environment. So that is one of really our strengths. And I believe that God has really prepared a journey for us in terms of our growth. We are going to be able to grow together. In the journey of TPC, I've seen members, the Makande Stevens, the Silases, get jobs, get opportunities with the support of the club, through either the webinar or through the one-on-one, through that kind of support, being able to know that I can reach out to somebody who can support. I think that comes through very handy. So I believe that each one of you will be able to benefit from this journey once you join us. And yeah, who knows, we will be here 2026 celebrating another year with a lot of testimonials. So thank you so much, Remigio, and back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Coach Samuel, the vision bearer. And of course, the audience. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for your reactions. And I can see they appreciate very much. Coach, you will kindly put the link for the main WhatsApp group in the chat room so that people can join and thereafter transform into the principal membership WhatsApp group. So like he says, only 250,000 Ugandan shillings, you become a principal member of the group, of the club, and therefore you are able to benefit so much from the programs that have been lined up in the next year. So it's been an amazing time. It's been an amazing summit today. And just in 1 year, TPC has been able to impact over 3,000 professionals. We have over 700 registered members, and we've held, like what Coach was saying, over 50 webinars. And we have held about 3 master classes. And I guess all those ones that have gone through the masterclass, I think you're already earning, because what we talk about in masterclass is simply practical stuff that can actually get you going immediately you leave the class. So it's amazing. Patricia, I just wanted to know how you're feeling right about now.
I am overwhelmed.
Wow.
It's been a great session. Very good. very inspirational and uplifting for everyone. And from my own view, I thank everyone who has taken the time to embrace the moment, to reflect and have a renewal. Today has also reminded me and other people that endings are also beginnings, opportunities for the coming year. So as we rise to get opportunities, we should think clearer and lead with a renowned passion. May the rest of the year and the year ahead find each and everyone purposeful, grounded, and ready to step into greater possibilities. Thank you for being here. May you go in grace and strength. I'm very happy to have co-moderated with you, Remigio, and we thank
you.
the TPC fraternity. It's really good. We've been groomed and we are climbing the ladder. We are going higher and higher. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia. I must say you're an amazing speaker. I can hear your very good voice. And let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to, if you can, please switch on your camera. We are in the Christmas season. And as we end the year, we just want to sing that Christmas carol song, okay? As we also celebrate that 1 year of TPC, we have already sung the birthday song. So right about now, we are going to sing the Christmas carol song so that we can wish ourselves a happy Christmas. Yes, I like the faces. And Coach Samuel, if you can be kind enough to take a screenshot as we sing, just take a full screenshot as we do sing. So Patricia, you have a very nice voice. You can lead us.
Which song exactly?
Christmas. Okay, so I will lead you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Good.
Okay, so it's just a very simple song. We wish you a Merry Christmas. You know that song?
Yes.
Okay, so on the count of 3, we are going to sing that, and then I will just have to wish everyone a nice evening and a nice weekend, and Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we go.
We
We
wish you a Merry
wish you a
Christmas.
Merry
We wish
Christmas.
you
We
a Merry
wish you a
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We
We
wish you
wish
a
you
Merry
a Merry
Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Okay, the voices are not very clear. Dr. Anita, you're muted actually. And Coach Samuel.
Yeah, we were just following we left you and Patricia to lead, but we're singing in the background.
So Patricia is very fast, right? Okay, Patricia, take it easy, slowly. Okay, one more time. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We
We
wish
wish
you
you
a
a
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. We wish you a
Wish you
Merry
a Merry
Christmas and a
Christmas and a
Happy
Happy
New
New
Year.
Year. All right, all right. Thank you very much, Coach Samuel. Thank you very much, Dr. Anita. And thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence, Coach Lawrence. And to the audience, you've been an amazing audience. Thank you very much. Please let's follow the Coach Samuel YouTube channel for all the events and for all the topics that we have had this year and for the next sessions that we'll be holding. Other than that, I just want to wish you the best. I've been Remigio Kanyesije, the host for today for this summit, alongside Patricia, right?
Yes.
Yes, alongside Patricia, yes. Thank you very much. We want to wish you all the best and happy birthday to TPC. Thank you and God bless.